Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are FC.
Tonight is retro night at Kauffman Stadium. The Royals and Indians turn back the clock 40 years. And it's not just the players showing 1974 spirit. So enjoy. Royals baseball is next on Fox Sports Kansas City. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors on a beautiful night at Kauffman Stadium. Game 2 between the Royals and the Indians, with Cleveland winning last night 6-1. Hi everyone, welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Hudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre. It's retro night, and I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Boy, that is some jacket that Hud has on right now.
No, how about that jacket? But look, it doesn't matter. All peace and love out there to everyone. Plus a W.
Let's go back to 1974, our AT&T U-verse rewind, and the two teams will be wearing the throwback uniforms. And back in 1974, Steve Busby was pitching his second no-hitter. He was the ace of the Royals. Gaylord Perry was the ace of the Cleveland Indians. And my, how time has changed the way starting pitchers pile up the innings.
I'm telling you, I miss that big hair. Love to have Busby's head of hair right now, Rhino, but I'm going to tell you what, these guys could get it done. What impresses me back then, the innings pitched. Look at that. You'll never see innings pitched like that in our modern era.
One thing that hasn't changed is that both teams still have an ace these days, and the Royals' ace is James Shields. He'll start game 2. The Royals need a win. And if he was allowed, he'd probably throw 322 innings.
No question, he's got that bulldog mentality, but Rhino, he's got to step up to his nickname. Big game. That's right. Now, there's plenty more games to play. Not a whole lot, but there's some meaningful games left, no doubt. But tonight is the biggest game. Hopefully, James can execute his pitches, keep it down, and hold those Tribe down in their run category so they can get the W. That's all it takes. And save the pin. Get it to them to win.
The Indians will be wearing bright red uniforms tonight. And for Carlos Santana, that means handle with care, the way he swung the bat at Kauffman Stadium this year.
was going to be a game-time decision, testing out that sore shoulder, throwing and trying to make those throws, and he passed the test. So during batting practice, Ned Yost saying his second baseman is back in there after missing the last 4 games. Joel Goldberg at Kauffman Stadium. I can't compete with the leisure suits of our guys up in the booth, but we do have Mr. Royal here on this shirt. Those guys look great. What is also great is to have Omar Infante back. Remember, he dealt with some of that sore shoulder during spring training, and he said that it was really starting to bother him in Texas last week, not on hitting, but on the throws. That pain is going to be there probably for the rest of the year. They just want him good enough to go, and that is the case tonight.
He's probably at about 80% right now, which is good enough to play. We're trying to get him, you know, in a spot where he's at somewhere between 90 and, you know. So, you know, this is something that's going to, you know, it's going to be there, but it won't affect him once he gets going.
So Omar is back in there, and James Shields is on the hill. Had one rough inning on Monday against the Yankees. He'll try to lead the Royals to victory. The Leisure Suit Boys are back next.
Kansas City Chevy dealers, make your move to Chevrolet today. By the Missouri Lottery, try the new Lucky Sevens playbook. And by ATT Uverse, find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT, mobilizing your world. Big crowd last night, over 31,000. We're expecting even more tonight. The Tigers are playing a doubleheader in Chicago, and the Tigers scored 3 runs in the first inning against Chris Sale, but Max Scherzer in Detroit couldn't hold the White Sox, and Chicago came back and won 6-3. So the Royals lead now is 1 game, with the White Sox and Tigers playing later tonight. Cleveland now 3.5 back in the wild card, 4.5 back in the Central. And the Indians batting order will begin as always with Michael Bourne. The Indians with 6 runs on 13 hits last night in taking game 1 from the Royals.
Some of these guys have some pretty good career numbers off of James Shields, but you know what? That doesn't tell the whole story about today. James Shields wants to stay on top of his game, eat up some innings, and get it to the pin to win. Hopefully his offense will supply him with some run support. Like that last 3 starts against the Indians. confidence booster there. 3-0, 1.80. Defending behind James Shields is the best defense in baseball. That's right. There's statistics that'll back that as well. Infante, he's back in there. A little shoulder inflammation. Hopefully he's died down. He can get in there and be steady on defense and possibly be a bus driver.
Ball one outside to Michael Bourne. He was 0 for 5 last night with 2 strikeouts. He has struck out in 14 consecutive games. That's the longest streak in the major leagues.
Big game James wants to do that right there. He's known for that 2-seam sinker. 88-93. He's got a slurvy curveball that he'll mix in every once in a while to change the eye level of the hitter. He'll cut that ball into lefties, and he's got a great change that goes away from lefties. How about Bourne? Second day in a row now. He's fouled that ball off of that same foot. And it's already sore. I could tell you last night's ball hit him on the top of the foot. This one looks like it got him on the same spot. Oh, no, no, it's a little higher. That can be worse.
The shin.
Yeah, not on top of the foot there.
Great pitch over the inside. Shields begins his outing with a strikeout.
James Shields shaking off all them pitches that Salvi was putting down had Bourne guessing. That's why it froze him there. And because he was a little indecisive, he's got to go. James Shields looks like a throwback. Stirrups, nice. Showing some blue socks. Got his pants bloused. This is how the Royals in the minor leagues wear their uniforms. Wow, look at that.
Look at those stirrups.
Those are really cool. Billy's showing more white than blue, and that's okay.
Jose Ramirez had 2 hits last night, a stolen base, and scored twice. This is his first at bat against Shields.
You know, by watching him last night for the first time, he's another one of these young players that's called up. It's trying to take advantage of his opportunity, and he's doing it. He's not afraid. He looks like he's fearless. He can run, hits on both sides of the plate, and he's got really good range on defense at shortstop.
3-1. They even have the scoreboard with the old data looking digits. Billy makes the play at first base.
That's right. Had him placed just perfectly on defense. Look at Billy in that ready position. Yeah. Big love over there at first base. Got to have it. See, it's flat on one side. It's got a curve. That's to dig that ball out of the dirt. James Shields going to have to maneuver his way through this part of the lineup. 10 for 30 is Michael Brantley in his career. Santana hit behind him. He's got some pretty good numbers as well. Hope he hits it at somebody. Nope.
Brantley last night had a couple of doubles and a single, and now he opens tonight with a double. He was already a .354 hitter in his career at Kauffman Stadium, and adds to that with a 2-out double.
Right away. He's not wasting any time. And the reason I said hope he hits it at somebody is because he's going to hit the ball hard. You can tell by the way this guy steps in the batter's box that he's got extreme confidence.
So a man on for Carlos Santana. who homered again against the Royals last night. He drove in 3. In his last 7 games against KC, he has 7 home runs and 12 RBIs.
So we're going to pitch him inside. Try to jam him, get ahead of him as best you can, and then finish him off with changeups away. 13 games is pretty good numbers. Those are career numbers for most guys. Changeup away is going to be an important pitch. There he is, trying to stay in on it. Guy like that with that kind of power, you know, you can't leave anything out over the middle. .243 hitter with a runner in scoring position.
Not a problem like it was last year for Shields, when most of his troubles came in the first inning, and usually his only troubles were in the first inning.
He's a very patient hitter. Leads the American League in walks with 94.
Two and two.
Okay, there's that cutter coming in. James Shields will use that cutter in on lefties. It breaks just a little bit, maybe a couple inches in, and that's all it takes. Change up away. Didn't quite get it where he wanted it. James Shields has a really good pickoff move to first base, maybe one of the best in baseball. He'll throw around to second base, but not as much. Brantley keeps turning around, looking, watching Escobar, seeing if he's going to try to creep in there.
Grounded to Billy. Shields to the bag, and Shields works around Brantley's 2-out double. Indians right-hander Trevor Bauer with this lineup, presented by your Midwest Ford dealers. Omar Infante back in there for the first time since Monday. Only bothered throwing, not swinging the bat. Raul Ibanez will be the DH tonight, as the Royals will get a look at Trevor Bauer for the second time this year. They beat him back on June the 11th. Yordano Ventura gave up just 1 run in 7 innings in that game. Bauer gave up 3 runs in 5 1/3.
Well, like Danny Salazar last night, Bauer possesses a real good fastball as well. He'll throw that pitch up to 97, but he's comfortable around 94. So look, fastball, hard curveball. He's got a slider, and he's got a changeup that has some downward action, almost like a split finger. Now the Indians defense, they've had their troubles. Most errors in Major League Baseball. Now they've been able to play above that so far because they are in contention and in this pennant race. So they're able to make up for that, but it certainly doesn't help. This young man here, he's going to try to get strike 1 in there every single at bat. So you could see Royals offense swinging early in the count.
Norrie was 1 for 5 last night. Also had a couple of lineouts. Look out.
Everybody okay?
One and 2 on Norrie. I think somebody may have been hit on the arm. But she has a smile on her face. That's a good sign. That is a scary foul ball. Norrie goes the other way, down 1 ball 2 strikes. Leadoff man on in the bottom of the 1st.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Omar Infante with a career-high 59 RBIs. Second only to Alex Gordon. And he's after the first pitch and hits it right over second base. Bourne charged aggressively from center field, so he holds Aoki at second. And the Royals have 2 on with nobody out.
Coming out right away. I thought they might be coming out swinging, and that's exactly what they're doing. When you get a young man up there that's got a straight fastball, the time is right. Look for that baby over the middle and go to hack. And Infante has never seen a fastball he didn't like.
Never?
Never. If the one right down the middle, he's not going to miss it.
Here's our MTP of the game, the most trusted player, brought to you by the most trusted brand, Honda. Alex Gordon likes the throwback uniforms. This was back in May against Baltimore when he drove in 6. And he jumps on the first pitch.
You know what you're getting when you get a guy like Bauer. He's young and he's got a power fastball, so it eliminates a lot of the thinking. Hitters would much rather face a guy like this than a thumber. A guy who's going to flip that ball up there and change speeds. It's a lot more difficult on the timing aspect.
Yeah, it's coming back our way and just below, and it's 0-2.
Alex has a little bit of Hunter Pence style as far as his pants go. He's got them bloused up above his knee. That's what Hunter Pence did, and he liked it. He said he liked the freedom. He didn't like anything restricting around his fold in his knee in the back. Alex being aggressive. See if he can get a secondary pitch out of Bauer. There it is. Figure it's coming. 0-2. It's a nice little hard overhand curveball. Now Trevor Bauer is a thinker, as you're seeing the highest average there with runners in scoring position. Alex Gordon right there where he wants to be. He's a thinker. Sometimes he can outthink himself. Get a few hits knock in a few runs, then get him thinking.
Two and two.
That's Bauer's plan, and most pitchers have that plan. They're going to try to get ahead with a fastball and then try to work those secondary pitches in. He's got a good one. The curveball's good. He's got a pretty good changeup that has some split finger action to it. That's a lot of runs. Time to add on to that. Look, fastball, adjust to anything else close.
Full count after falling behind 0-2.
First time through, you would expect a fastball 3-2, but maybe not. Could be a little nervous about Alex's power. How many home runs he's hit this month.
And that was close, but ball 4. The Royals have the bases loaded with nobody out.
Stayed with a fastball, but he knew he couldn't groove it.
Two singles and a walk, and the walk coming after the count was 0-2. Billy Butler, who has driven in 9 this year against Cleveland.
Find a way to get the run home. Get greedy if you can, but look, just one. Bases loaded, nobody out in the first. You've got to capitalize.
Oh, and 1. Billy was 1 for 5 last night in game 1.
First, get me over slider. Good idea. A lot of hitters, when they get up there, they're looking for the first pitch with the bases loaded.
Didn't mean to do it. And again, Bauer's ahead, no balls, 2 strikes.
So like with Gordon, you'll probably see some more breakers here, but you gotta be ready for the fastball. If you're looking for an off-speed pitch, you can't catch up to that fastball. Look, fastball, adjust. Could be a waste pitch coming.
Fouled it away, still 0-2.
Bauer has 4 wild pitches on the season. Aoki, he'll be looking at that from third base. Anything that bounces and gets by Yan Gomes out of that circle, that dirt circle, got to be ready to score.
Still 0-2.
Michael Brantley in left field has the best arm out of all the outfielders. Strong and accurate. He's got 11 outfield assists. Aviles didn't play much in right field. He's got a decent arm. He's got 1 assist. And Michael Bourne in center has 3. They're all fairly deep.
And he got him with a breaking ball. So that's what Bauer needed. Either a pop-up or a strikeout. And now the base is loaded, 1 down.
The only secondary pitch that Bauer's thrown for a strike is the slider. Gonna have to discipline yourself to lay off of the big breaker. Make him throw that for a strike.
Sal was 0 for 4 last night. He was 1 for 3 with a double the first time the Royals face Bauer.
Salvi hit his first triple on this homestand. Maybe he can get his first career grand slam.
Oh, and 1.
But really doesn't want to be thinking that way. Lousy single will do the job. Anything to get the run home.
So no grand slams, but plenty of hits with the bases loaded. 2 out of 7 this year. He has Aoki at first, Infante at second, and Gordon at first. That breaking ball stayed up, and that gets some fans out of their seats who didn't have the right angle. And it's 0-2. So that was a dangerous pitch with the height, but it was enough inside where that's about all Sal could do with it.
So usually after a breaker like that, a guy pulls it foul, he's going to be coming back with a fastball possibly. 2-strike approach right here. That means anything close, find a hole.
Still 0-2 after jumping ahead of Alex. 0-2, and Alex got away eventually with a walk. Now Bauer's thrown 8 straight strikes.
It's a long game. Still plenty of time left here, just the top of the first inning. But you don't want to give Bauer any confidence. And if he tries to wiggle out of this and can wiggle out of it without giving up a run, man, that's going to give him even more confidence. But you want to damper that, cash it in, put some self-doubt in his mind. The Royals missed a big hit last night. They can't afford tonight to do that.
Back with a fastball at 96. He can be a big strikeout pitcher, Bauer. He has about, well, just under 1 strikeout per inning pitched. And on Sunday against Houston, he struck out 9 in 6 innings.
I haven't seen his changeup yet.
And Sal chased a breaking ball down.
That's one of the reasons why he's a strikeout pitcher. It's not just the heavy fastball that he throws, it's that big curve and his changeup that are extremely effective. Salvi couldn't pick up the release. Now they need a big hit from their senior statesman, Ibanez.
Fastball at 95 for strike 1.
Ibanez has a lot of success with him loaded up. I mean, a lot. Doinker would suffice right here.
One and one. Bauer had thrown 11 consecutive strikes. Maybe not necessarily in the strike zone, but at least pitches that were swung at before that pitch missed to Ibanez.
It's hard to slow the game down when the bases are loaded and you want to hit. And Bauer's getting ahead of hitters and finishing them off.
That'll be backing out of play. We mentioned that the Royals beat Bauer back on June the 11th. He didn't pitch all that badly. He gave up 3 runs in 5 1/3 innings. And I mentioned Ventura pitched a gem that night. But the Royals had 4 sacrifice flies, tying a team record. So even in that game, while Bauer gave up some runs, he did prevent the big hit. The best the Royals did against him was get runs hit on fly balls. It's not an option here with 2 down. Did Ibanez go? No. Indians dugout can't believe it. Mickey Callaway, their pitching coach. Ty Van Berkelo, their hitting coach, screaming at third base umpire Phil Welke, and somebody just got tossed. I'm assuming it's Mickey Callaway.
Well, you know, if you show that replay again, we've seen a lot of umpires call that a swing. If Terry's not careful, he'll get thrown too. After getting a break like this, hoping Ibanez can come through, but that's a break. He looks like he went. Can't replay those. So they got one last chance here in the first inning. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Bauer has finished off 2 with strikeouts.
Still 2-2. 26 pitches, by the way, thrown by Bauer in the inning.
That'll be the positive if they can't come through.
Aoki singled. He was down 1 ball 2 strikes. Infante singled, and then Gordon was down 0-2, and he walked. But then Bauer buckled down and struck out Butler and Perez, and now in a 2-2 duel with Ibanez. Full count.
Remember your little league coach telling you a walk's as good as a hit. Same thing pertains right here. Quick breaker. That's why he's fooling some guys. That's a hammer. That is a hard curveball. With that type of spin, it's really difficult for the hitter to pick up that rotation.
All 3 runners on the move as Ibanez fouls it away. 28 pitches in the inning for Bauer.
Have to continue to look for that pitch and adjust to any others. Since Bauer has not thrown that curve for a strike, maybe he's a little leery of throwing that right here, and he's had some success with the fastball against Ibanez. Ibanez, he's getting beat on it.
Runners take off again, and Ibanez swings and misses and strikes out. Bases loaded, nobody out. Bauer strikes out the side, and no score. Evel Knievel. When was the last time you saw Evel Knievel?
It was a great shot, and plus, did you see the collars he had? Special.
Our sprint question of the day: what team led the American League in wins in the 1970s? Strike two, Jason Kipnis. The A's, they won 3 straight World Series in the 70s. The Orioles, the Royals, who came into their own in the mid 70s, or the Yankees?
Great question. I'm going with A, the Athletics.
Just foul, and it's 1-2 on Kipnis. If you know Royals history, they didn't get to the playoffs until 1976. So while we turn back the clock to 40 years ago, and you might wonder, well, what was the big deal about 1974? It's very interesting when you look at the history of 1974, and it was an important building block leading to 76, 77, 78, 80. In 1974, Al Cowens made his big league debut. Dennis Leonard made his big league debut. Willie Wilson was the Royals' first-round pick in 1974. 2-2. George Brett made his debut in 73 and played 13 games, but in 74 he was called up from Omaha and never went back to the minor leagues. Steve Busby threw his second career no-hitter in 1974. Paul Splittorff pitched a 12-inning game. On the ground to Infante. He'll get Kipnis, and there is one down. It was also the year that Joe Burke was hired as vice president and general manager and ended up being in the Royals Hall of Fame. He was the Royals' second general manager in team history. So a lot of moves there, a lot of players getting to the big leagues for the first time in 74 who had huge roles when the Royals became a perennial contender. And by the way, if you wanted to watch the Royals in 1974, you had to come to Kauffman Stadium, because the Royals in 74 televised a team record 35 games. Strike two, Yan Gomes.
Now, you wouldn't see those in the 70s either. Those are called 2-in-1s. Okay, you don't wear the sanitaries underneath a regular sock with those. That's just one sock. Those are basically sewn in, the red is. And it's easier sometimes, at least for batting practice back in the day, guys would just put those on and go out and take BP and infield. And then they would come in, change some socks, put on 2 sanitaries, and then the stirrups. So it's, you know, it's an involved process. It was back in the day, but that makes it easier.
Still 1-2 on Gomes, who came back from the disabled list last night and went 2 for 4. He'd been out with a concussion.
Two for 11 off of James Shields in his career.
Took something off the curveball. Gomes strikes out, and Shields has his second. 2 down in the second.
And that's important for James to be able to have a variation of speed between his sinking fastball and his changeup. And so that curveball right there, it kind of keeps him honest. Sometimes less is more. Got to have a little bit of a space and speeds there in between pitches. Keeps him off balance.
When you think of James Shields, you might think about his changeup. It's one of the best in the game. He'll throw it in any count to any hitter. And this year, the opponent's batting average is .263 against that pitch and under 190 in the years before this season.
And I can tell you why. It's because he's been throwing it harder and it's staying straighter. It doesn't have that fade away to the lefty and that down and inward action to a righty. So less is more. You get more break on the ball when you don't throw it quite as hard.
That time he got him with a fastball at 93. 3 up, 3 down. So Shields puts Bauer right back on the mound. No score to the bottom of the second. Big crowd tonight. We're expecting a big crowd tomorrow. The Royals are on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, and we hope you'll fill Kauffman Stadium wearing blue from head to toe. There are tickets available, but if you want those tickets, you better get on them right now. Also, tickets available for Labor Day and that entire 3-game series with the Texas Rangers. Royals.com, 1-800-6-ROYALS for tickets. Lorenzo Cain did not face Bauer when the Royals beat him back on June the 11th. He went around and the count is 0-2.
Time to get him in trouble again. Keep pushing.
Remember when we were in Colorado and we were talking about how Rockies pitchers and probably all National League pitchers realize that when you run the bases in Colorado, you want to take a little extra time to catch your breath, get your heart rate down. Well, Trevor Bauer, you figure his heart rate was at a maximum after getting the 3rd strikeout in the bottom of the 1st inning, and then James Shields had a quick 2nd inning and put him right back out there. We'll see if that works against him here in the 2nd inning. Mike Aviles, the former Royal, who's been playing quite a bit of the outfield for the Indians, goes into foul ground to get Cain. And now Bauer gets Mike Moustakas, whom he did not get out the first time he faced the Royals. Now, Hud, I want you to describe Mike Moustakas' look tonight. I've got a name that comes to mind.
Blue high tops. That's a different look. And he's showing a little bit of stirrups at the bottom. He's got a small blouse. I'm going to say Bob Hamlin.
I'm going back even farther than that.
Okay. Give me a minute.
One ball, two strikes. I'm not going crazy because Ron Swan, our cameraman up here in the booth, just mouthed the name that I'm thinking of, so he's on the same page as me.
He bat from the left side?
He did. Played in the 70s and the 80s.
Ooh. Have to give me an inning or so to think about it.
So Bauer has struck out 4 of the last 5, and now Escobar with 2 down.
Now that's the closest to a strike from that curveball that he's thrown this evening.
Ah, an organ at the stadium.
That's throwback.
Escobar with 4 hits last night, his first 4-hit game of the season, the 4th of his career. Drove in the Royals' only run in the 9th inning, avoiding the shutout.
After an inning like that, and he loads up the bases, nobody out, and strikes out the side, the Royals may not see that again. You hope they do, but there's a start.
And Escobar is around first and into second base with a 2-out double.
It's the first double by a Royal now in 5 games. There's how you hit that curveball. Now that one stayed up. The other ones were short and they were in front of the plate. Now see how he bent his back leg? That helps him stay down with his swing, keep his body down, and be able to get them hands out on a low pitch. Just enough to get it over Chisenhall.
And now Aoki. Royals were good 2-strike hitters in the early part of the first inning, before Bauer ended up striking out 3. Bauer was jumping ahead. He was throwing strikes. He got ahead of Aoki 1 and 2, and Nori singled to left. Infante singled, and then Alex Gordon was behind 0 and 2, and he worked a walk. The Royals had the bases loaded, nobody out, but then Bauer got 3 straight strikeouts to get out of it. 1 and 1. Two and 1. Three balls, 1 strike.
Lots of times you want to be real quiet with your body at the plate. Small step, don't let your head move. Really concentrate on picking up that release point. It's what Aoki's doing now. He's not over aggressive. He's not charging. He's not getting out there. Now he's got a good hitting count. Let's see if he comes back with a fastball.
And Aoki goes the other way again, but the Indians had Brantley lined up perfectly. No score at the end of 2. Royals baseball is brought to you by Panera, coming soon to College and King in Overland Park. And by your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. That sign says my first Royals game, if that guy would get out of the way. Where you been all year? Well, we're glad that she's here tonight.
That's right. Better late than never.
Ball 1-2, Lonnie Chisenhall. James Shields has allowed just 1 runner in the first 2 innings. He has struck out 3. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Infante just lost the ball. He may have lost it in the ribbon scoreboard, as that ball was hit right to him, and then he went into a very protective position, and Chisenhall has a leadoff hit.
Hard to tell. You know, you lose the ball when there's a lot of white T-shirts in the stands this time of night, but I think he just misjudged it. I think he thought it wasn't hit that hard. Tough read right at him. Had some topspin on it.
That's all it takes, isn't it? 2 people with white T-shirts sitting next to one another.
That's right.
So Mike Aviles with the leadoff man on. Remember, Wednesdays at Kauffman Stadium are student nights and local music showcase presented by Inc. Magazine. To show your student ID at the box office to get an $8 ticket. And make sure to get here early for food and drink specials and live local music in the outfield experience. And coming up this Wednesday with the Rangers here, it features the music from Victor and Penny. Mike Aviles takes a strike, not in the lineup last night. He has had success against James Shields in the past. Terry Francona has him in right field tonight. 1-2.
It's one of the reasons why he got the call from Terry Francona. Solid numbers.
Shallow left. Alex is on it and makes a nice sliding play.
Okay, that ball had some really good sink to it. Alex came in. Got to judge how hard the ball is hit. It's hard to tell. Big crowd like this, you try to go off the sound of the bat, but when you don't have that, you use your instincts, and he has the best instincts.
One strike on Michael Bourne. He struck out looking to begin the game and now has a strikeout in 15 straight games.
James Shields has induced 16 ground ball double plays this year. Michael Bourne's only hit into 5.
Will that be number 6? Nope. Ball wasn't hit very hard, so Bourne is at first with 2 down as the Royals cut down Chisenhall at second base.
Good play by Billy. You know, I like the way Billy gets those balls back to him and he fires it to second base. There's no lobbing. You got to stay on top of the ball.
Jose Ramirez lined out to Billy in the first inning. That was his first ever at bat against Shields. Bourne has 8 stolen bases, which is low for him. He has been on the disabled list twice this year with a hamstring problem. So the low number because of the reduced games, but he's been thrown out 5 times. Michael Bourne 3 times while he was in the National League led the league in stolen bases with the Indians. In his first 2 years in Cleveland have seen an injured Michael Bourne more so than a healthy Michael Bourne. 1-2.
Guarantee you Jose Ramirez hadn't seen a changeup like that. In case they do run, Salvi'd love for you to do it. 30% on the nose. It's a great mark. 30% or higher is really good.
Bourne goes. Sal from his knees, and Bourne swipes it. He had a very good jump. So now he has 9.
Escobar, he knew the throw was short, so he's just going to try to keep it in front of him on the bounce. Just keep him from advancing to third. See, he was walking into that lead. Those are the best jumps that you can get, when you can walk into it. It's timing. It takes a few pitches to time what the pitcher's looking like that night.
Now Ramirez walks. And that brings up Michael Brantley with 2 on and 2 out.
Didn't want to do that. Had him down in the count. Want to finish him off. I want to face this guy with runners out there.
And here's where Shields is so good in channeling his emotions, and where he's really helped guys like Danny Duffy, where he's obviously frustrated with himself, but he took a little time. He went to the back of the mound, got it out of his system, calmed himself down as much as he could, and got back on the rubber, where maybe a younger, less experienced pitcher would go right to the rubber with all that anger and it would work against him.
And he would show some outward displays of frustration, and that's not good, because the offensive team sees that. They say, all right, we got him frustrated, but you try to hide those emotions, try to contain them.
You know, a lot of time with Shields, he'll bottle it up and the frustration won't come out until he's walking off the mound to the dugout in between innings. Brantley doubled to right in the first inning. Two balls and no strikes.
Talked about the solid numbers these guys have off of James Shields. You use that as confidence. Now, if you face a guy that you don't have good numbers off of, you got to find ways to talk yourself into, I'm going to get him.
Alex is there, so Shields pulls it together. Gets one of the best hitters in the league to fly out with 2 on 2 out for a scoreless third inning. Retro night, and Joel will be visiting with some Royals alumni from 1974 when we come back.
This footage, big John Mayberry, oh, he could hit those home runs, and Dennis Leonard. This might be a little post 1974, because Leo back then, he was just a young kid breaking in. And on retro night, we have a few of our favorites here right now. On my right, Dennis Leonard, Marty Patton. We got a few pretty good pitchers here. Al Fitzmaurice, and there's the guy that could hit the home runs, John Mayberry. And so fun to see the retro uniforms out here. And Fitzy, I want to ask you about that time and that team, because you had 190 innings pitched that year, and that was 100 less than Busby. He had 290.
Yeah, Busby was a workhorse back in the day, as Leonard was, you know, in a few years to follow. But, you know, that was a year that we were really starting to learn how to win, and we're doing a pretty good job of it until August. and Big John got hit by a Frank Tanana fastball, and that kind of shot all of our hopes and dreams down the tubes.
Well, it could change that quickly. Big John, you were an all-star that year, led the team with 22 home runs. And could you sense that things were starting to turn around? Because the next year, 75, you won 91, and 76 went to the playoffs.
That's right, 74, I think, we had some players come up that started contributing. And we had some good pitching. The pitching was beginning to develop, and base running was good. And so we was on the move, and then I got my hand broke, and that kind of threw everybody for a loop and threw me for a loop. And so we had to start out next year.
Well, this team has lost a first baseman with a hand injury, too. Eric Hosmer, though, expected back very soon. Marty, you pitched out of the pen in that rotation. Such a different time then compared to now. I think you guys had 17 total saves on that team and 54 complete games. Unheard of today, right?
Well, it was, and it was a time that everybody had to chip in. I know that I came from a starting pitcher with the Red Sox, and I spent part of the time, starting, and then I ended up in the bullpen trying to, and got some few saves, but we had guys that could do that back then, and, Big John carried us the whole year, and it's just a great time for me because I got to come back to the Midwest, and I enjoyed being with the Kansas City Royals.
Leo, you were just breaking in, the young kid, and in that rotation, you had Fitzy, you had Steve Busby, you had your buddy Paul Splittorff. What was it like being a young kid? And, now we've got guys like Duffy and Yordano Ventura learning from the veterans.
Well, it was definitely different. Just getting the opportunity to get up to the big leagues on a call-up in September, I thought was my dream come true, and I pitched a few innings in relief. I didn't even know what they had in store, but I did get off to a quick 0-4 start. I think this is not real good for the rest of my career, but it's kind of weird. Even though I was 0-4, I had a feeling I could pitch there, and being around the veterans and stuff, just take it easy. You're going to be fine. And you get that kind of advice, and it's kind of 75 then thereafter, everything kind of fell in place.
What do you think of this pitching staff right now, led by a Shields, but those young guys starting to come of age too?
Well, I think it's great. I mean, they've been waiting on them for several years, and it takes a little bit. Duffy, I'm really, really, really happy for. I mean, he had to go through that elbow surgery, and you always have that doubt. I went through knee injuries, and you have that doubt. But, your arm you're throwing with. And Ventura, he's kind of popped some eyes this year. So it's good for the future, obviously. And you get a couple more kids out of the minor league system that are doing well. And, if one or two guys leave, you got somebody else to take their place.
Marty, I mentioned complete games. They don't happen too often, although Vargas had one recently. Shields is known for that. Guthrie had one this month, too. But what do you think about the types of arms that they have? Not just that rotation, but the bullpen.
Well, I think they've got great arms, and everybody throws hard. They come in throwing hard, and they can go to 3 different guys every night late in the game, and these guys can come in and they throw hard and they get people out. And we've never had that kind of a bullpen where guys could come in and pitch an inning here, inning there. When we played, I usually, if I was a long man, I might throw 5-6 innings. But it's not that way anymore, and these guys come in and they're throwing close to 100 miles an hour, a lot of them, and it's great just to see these guys win like they can.
I want to ask you, Fitzy, we just saw Alex Gordon line out there. He is such a fan favorite here, and I think the word is out around the country now on him. But you had an interesting comparison on Gordon and his style to a guy that broke in 1974.
Yeah, he plays George Brett kind of baseball. He really does. He kind of physically resembles George, similar size. But, everything he does hard. He does full out. He doesn't, no half measures whatsoever with Alex Gordon. And, just, really quiet, humble guy. And kind of through leadership and doing it on the field, he's become one of the leaders of this ball club, because I know he's not a real vocal guy. But I saw him actually about 2 weeks ago in a restaurant. I just walked up and said, I just enjoy watching you play. And very humble. Thank you so much. That means a lot. So that's the kind of guy he is.
Big John, how about for you? Who do you enjoy watching with this team? I know you watch on a very regular basis.
Well, I like watching all of them. I get a chance to go down to spring training every year. And it was something different about those guys this spring. It seemed like they had kind of been more professional. They were kind of grew up a little bit, and they kind of knew their roles. and they went out and played hard. And I can tell you one thing about this team. Every guy on this team doesn't mind getting his uniform dirty. And I know Billy Butler's slow, but he gives all that he has. And so does Salvi, and so does all the rest of them. They will dive and get the uniform dirty in the outfield, on the bases, and everywhere else.
You still go deep, John?
Well, what park am I in?
Whatever park you want.
Well, I can go deep in New York. It's only 310 feet. I think softball players can hit a ball that far.
And he has the basketball moves, too. That's a whole nother day, because I always like asking him about that. Big John Mayberry, Al Fitzmaurice, Marty Patton, Dennis Leonard here on Retro Night. Guys, we know it. They watch all the time. They are huge fans, just like everyone else, and hopefully watching this Royals team come of age the way that team did back in the mid-'70s.
Joel, thank you very much. Good to hear from those four as Bauer comes up with his 5th strikeout in fewer than 3 innings. You know, Joel was talking about how innings have gone down over the years for starting pitchers, complete games the same. And back in 1974, Al Fitzmaurice threw a shutout with no strikeouts. Also had a shutout that same year with 1 strikeout. He was the ultimate contact pitcher. So that was one of the unique accomplishments from 1974 as we look back on that season tonight.
Talk about being off balance. That gentleman there, he tried to do all he could to catch the ball, but it's not that easy. Good try.
There's another guy that went down too, going down like bowling pins. Not as much room to roam though with a sellout crowd. Oh, and 2 on Salvador Perez.
Salvi's got a little uppercut going again tonight. It's okay, your first couple of swings, you get a pitch you can handle and you try to drive it, but now with 2 strikes, just try to level that swing off a little bit and just hit it where it's pitched. Now there's a big hole on the right side.
Fastball got him looking. So after all those breaking balls, Sal gets a fastball at 95. 6 strikeouts in 3 scoreless innings for Trevor Bauer. Groundskeeper in Kansas City going back to the A's back in 1967.
You know, I saw him out there before the game even started, and he didn't look familiar to the grounds crew, and I said, man, you know, that guy looks like George Toma. Sure enough, it is. Glad he could make it. He's got that down, doesn't he?
Well, I have some memories of him going back to my first year in 1999 as Carlos Santana leads off. The Royals were having spring training still in Baseball City, and George was still helping out with Trevor Vance and the grounds crew. But George Toma, every morning before spring training and every evening after spring training, I would see him on my drive in and see him on my drive out. Even with all the machines today that can drag the infield. 0-2 on Santana. George Toma would hand drag the entire infield dirt in the morning, one lane at a time, kind of a figure eight back and forth before spring training started and every night when spring training was over, all by himself.
Yeah, interesting you should say the figure eight, because back then when they drug it with just a tractor, they would do figure eights, and they did that so it would even out the dirt, and so there wouldn't be any lanes out there. So it was just their pattern that they did, and that was always fun to be able to watch the grounds crew way before games started, just like you did, Rhino. That's a big part of this game. These guys really take pride in the field and how they keep it and what they do with it.
2-2 on Santana. That's the key word there, pride. Because if they got one of those ATVs out there, he could drag the infield in about 5 minutes. It would take him about 30 minutes. But that's just the way George Toma did it. And even tonight, still out there with a rake, just trying to find one little stirred up part of the infield that could create a bad hop.
And he still advises, especially for the Super Bowl in those fields. He's still active.
From 0-2 to 3-2 on Santana, and Hud told you he has a great eye. He leads the league with 94 walks.
James is doing all he can. As you see the grid there, the Foxtrax grid, everything off the plate. Don't put it in the middle. Sometimes you take your chances though. 3-2, you try to execute a fastball down, and it works. He hits it at somebody.
If Santana hits another home run against the Royals this year, he has been so good that would tie a record for an opposing hitter with 8 home runs in one season against the Royals. It's been done 6 times before this year. So as we talk about him being a thorn in the Royals side this season, we're talking about a big thorn, and one of the biggest thorns in a single season in Royals history. Crack bat, and Infante had to grab it with his bare hand as it hit the lip of the grass meeting the infield dirt.
Yep, sometimes when you're playing that deep in the infield and you're on the grass, you always got to be aware of that lip. Now he could have reached with his backhand and got it, but I watch Infante every day in infield as he's practicing before the game, and he'll make a few of those with his bare hand. He does that, so he's ready for a hop that might do that. You don't want to have to do that because it could easily kick off your fingers or your hand, and it's a guy who gets on base. But he's very steady, 10-year veteran.
One and one to Kipnis. He grounded out to Infante his first time. Infante is from Venezuela, and it just calls to mind the best player I ever saw using his bare hand on the infield, Omar Vizquel.
I could agree with that. Ozzie Smith wasn't afraid to use his bare hand either. But these two guys that we just mentioned, Vizquel and Ozzie Smith, two greatest shortstops in our era. One National Leaguer, one American Leaguer.
3-2. Shields has been mostly pitch efficient tonight. Well hit to right center field. Aoki the closest, and it's going to land over his head. Aoki cuts it off deep and then may have held Kipnis to a double. He was thinking triple, but had to hit the brakes as Aoki got it back to the infield.
Middle of the plate. But Aoki is able to get to it. Like you said, right on the bounce there. That kept him at second base.
Gomes struck out on a curveball in the second inning.
Made him just 2 for 12 versus James Shields. That's another pitch that really works well for James. That's in one of his top pitches, that two-seam sinking fastball. Really hard for right-handers because it starts out over the middle of the plate, and then that movement brings it back in.
Fair ball. Yan Gomes gets it down into the left field corner, and with one out, the Indians have back-to-back doubles. That was on an 0-2 pitch.
Definite mistake. 0-2. Hitters looking for anything that's out over that plate, but if it's down the middle, they're not going to miss it. You want to waste a pitch.
That looked like a guess swing by Walters. Yan Gomes coming off the DL, and we should say with the concussion rules these days, oftentimes the player will have concussion-like symptoms, so they can only be on the disabled list for a week. But with the game, rightfully so, being very careful with concussions, all it takes is a player showing symptoms and he gets shut down. So Gomes was the victim of that, even though the league is trying to crack down on that injury. But after being out with a concussion, he is 3 out of 6 in his first 2 games back. That's out of play. 1-2. Zach Walters, power potential, big swing, and as a result he pays the price. Big time strikeouts as well. He has 60 at bats for the Indians and 20 strikeouts. 21 strikeouts.
Yep, being a utility guy like he is, and he's getting an opportunity to play every day here, he's going to have to shorten up that swing. Especially just coming into the league. Starting to see pitchers for the first time. That swing's not going to work.
Two down to Chisenhall. He singled to right field leading off the third inning. Line drive hit right to Omar Infante, and Omar just lost sight of it and had to duck to avoid getting hit on the head. That first reaction when a ball's hit right to him and he doesn't catch it, I wonder why he didn't see it. But then you start thinking, boy, if he didn't see it, that could have been a devastating injury.
No doubt.
That might have had something to do with it.
Well, this time of night, usually 7 o'clock games here at the Cave, at 6 o'clock start. Sometimes that it's a little difficult to be able to see, especially on contact on a hard one like that.
Chisenhall goes down and golfs it into center field. Kane makes the play to end the inning. The Indians get back-to-back doubles to take a 1-0 lead.
Takes us to the first of a doubleheader between the White Sox and the Tigers. This earlier today off of Max Scherzer. Adam Dunn going deep, and the White Sox win that one 6-3. So a one-game lead right now for the Royals in the division. And in the nightcap here, as we've got retro night, it is the Tigers ahead 5-0. You really never know what you're going to see in baseball, guys. In that first inning, Chris Sale had allowed 2 runs and 1 homer in the first inning all year. He gives up 2 homers today and 3 runs in the first, but Max Scherzer couldn't hold the lead. It ended up being a good day for Chris Sale. I heard Hawk say 13 times, he gone. 13 strikeouts for Sale, and how about this, 17th time in his career that he's had double-digit strikeout games. That ties a White Sox franchise record. He's done it 7 times this year, and you think about this division, most double-digit strikeout games this year, Price 10, Kluber 8, Sale 7, Scherzer 6. This division has some pretty good pitchers.
Well, you're not kidding. Good power pitchers. And the way things are going right now, the couple of teams that you mentioned first, or at least the 2 teams playing tonight, the Royals and the Indians, and you mentioned Kluber, who plays for the Indians. The Royals will not see him in this series. The Tigers pitching isn't carrying them the way they had hoped.
Yeah, you know, another team out there that may not have those type of numbers as far as pitchers with multiple or double-digit strikeouts, but the Oakland A's, they have a very formidable pitching staff. And talking with a few of their players, their position players, they told me when Oakland was in town, hey, we have some really strong throw it by you pitchers on this team. But you guys make contact. You hit it. You put the ball in play. That's what makes your team so dangerous. And they were saying that to me. It's not my team, but I just wanted to get their reaction. And the Royals, you may have strikeout potential, but you know, they shorten up their swing, they put the ball in play, and they run. That's what makes them so dangerous.
Now Lavanez with a leadoff walk. Second straight inning the Royals have had a leadoff walk.
And there's a little frustration from young Trevor Bauer. Snapped at the ball. Said some words. It's Terry Francona. Talking with Terry before the game, and I didn't even ask him. We were just talking about, you know, the series here in the game, and he looked at me and he said, "This is the best team we've played all year." Talking about the Royals. I said, "Why?" He says they're well balanced. You can't pitch around any guy there because they all hit. Because if they have the lead, it's almost over. So there's a lot of respect coming from that dugout over there. But you know, it's up to these guys now to just continue to pursue, persevere, work it, find a way.
Kane fouled out to right first time up. You know, I looked it up, Hud, just to double check to Joel's point. Now the bullpen has a lot to do with this, but do you know the Tigers are 10th in the American League in ERA?
You wouldn't think that. As good as they are.
Wow. Three and one on Kane.
Okay, second time through the order. Dale Swaim, hitting coach of the Kansas City Royals, probably said, "Hey fellas, let's let him, Bauer, get himself in trouble. Let's be a little more selective up there if we can. Get yourself in a good hitting count, and then he'll have to come in there with that fastball." First inning was their opportunity, but they'll just have to find a way.
Back-to-back walks. Yan Gomes out to have a word with Bauer, trying to get him back in the strike zone. Royals had the bases loaded, nobody out in the first inning. They got a 2-out double in the second, a leadoff walk in the third, and now 2 walks in the fourth. So Bauer has pitched around all of that so far, but it's cost him a lot of pitches. And he's at 74 right now. And you brought that up, Hud, when he was trying to wiggle his way out of the first inning, that the little moral victory there for the Royals was that they forced him to throw 29 pitches.
Immediately after you were disappointed you couldn't get a run in with the bases loaded and no outs, immediately you try to turn to the positive this early in the game. You can't go, "Oh, we didn't do it." Moose will be swinging kind of situation here. Now, you asked me earlier who Moose reminded me of, and I started looking at the pants, the socks, and the only thing that's noticeable to me is the high tops. So I'm gonna throw a few names out that I've been thinking about. First thought about Rusty Staub, then I thought about Greg Jeffries maybe, and then when I went and started focusing on high tops, I started thinking, and I thought of Bill Buckner.
We have a winner.
Okay,
that was the first thing I thought of when I.
Right now, but still, it's the pants that threw me off. Now the high tops, not many guys wear those,
And especially when Bill Buckner was wearing them.
Right. It was, but Bill Buckner, he wore his pants bloused up to the top, and he wasn't afraid to show off them high tops.
One and two on Moustakas. Bill Buckner played for the Royals 1988 and 1989.
Yeah, but he had some bad feet. He had some bad ankles. I think Moose just thinks that's a good look with this retro uni. I don't know. I'll have to ask him.
Breaking ball pulled to Santana. They get the out at second base, and they get the double play. That's the toughest double play to turn. 3-6-1 with a right-hand throwing first baseman, and the Indians turn it.
Ball was hit firmly. He's got topspin on it, so that second hop got to him. Santana really did a nice job of getting that throw over there. That's what made the play. The fact that he threw it as hard as he did to second base. Some guys, they'll kind of give you a aim it type of throw. That was right on it. Bauer Young, he's able to bounce over there with no problem.
Escobar doubled in the second inning, giving him hits in 5 straight at bats. He had 4 straight hits to finish last night's game, driving in the Royals' only run. Mentioned when we were talking about Bauer early that the Royals, when they beat him in June, all of their runs came on sacrifice flies in winning that game 4-1. 4 sacrifice flies, tying a team record. 3 of those runs charged to Bauer. And one of those sac flies was a pop-up hit by Escobar that scored a run. Escobar flies to center with 2 down, so the leadoff walk and the following walk don't lead to runs, and at the end of 4 it's still 1-0 Cleveland. Retro night. Now I have to admit I'm a bit starstruck. HUD, we're around the most talented athletes in the world, so we're around celebrities all the time. But I mean, this is a big deal for me. This
well, I wouldn't call me the most talented athlete in the world, but I have a little something to do with retro. You know.
Yeah, you do.
Everything good comes back around again.
Oh man, it's a pleasure to meet you because I could not wait to get home from school every day to watch the Brady Bunch. That was my favorite show. I know I've seen every episode because when I would start watching the reruns in syndication, I never saw one that I had never seen before.
You know what's cool about that is it keeps multiplying in terms of generations. So when people meet me, they remember being like in the 6th grade or something.
Right, absolutely.
It's kind of cool.
Did you have any idea that what you were doing was going to be as special as it turned out to be and stand the test of time?
No. Ours is a small show, a family show, idealistic and not overly popular at the time, you know, in terms of what was going. But the fact that it stayed on and on and on, and we've done so many reunions, and we've got Nick at Night, and we have Me TV, and we've had TV Land to run it, where it's still running today, has made a huge, huge impact and difference.
I think every kid that watched the Brady Bunch, I was an only child until I was 13 years old, so it just seemed to be the dream, big family, and
that's it.
And it seemed like such a fun show to be on. Was it fun doing it?
It was great.
Yeah.
It was like going to Disneyland every day at Paramount Studios. They were filming The Godfather and Mannix and Mission Impossible and Star Trek and Mork and Mindy and Bonanza. And it was crazy good.
As young as you guys were, how'd you get your homework done?
During the day. 3 hours a day. We had two teachers. There were 2 people in my high school, Marcia and me. And then the other kids, there were 4, and we would do a scene and go to school, do a scene, go to school.
Now, when people see you, how often do you hear Barry and how often do you hear Greg?
About 60-40, 60 Greg, 40% Barry.
Yeah.
That's changing now. I've got a show that I'm doing in Branson, Missouri.
Right.
70s music celebration, where I live, by the way. I moved there.
Michael Bourne, deep to left, and that's off the wall. He'll go into second base. You know, I was, by the way, we're both Santa Monica, California natives.
That's right. So, I just heard. And my son was born in Santa Monica Hospital.
So there we go. So good to see a fellow Santa Monican. But, you know, something that people who have just watched the Brady Bunch maybe didn't realize about you and your career, and this gets to your show in Branson, is that you have a pretty deep background in music and a lot of connections to musicals before and after the Brady Bunch.
I think a lot of people, if you're not on television every week or something, they think you've dropped off the planet of the earth. But as you know, I've been around here. I've been over in Overland Park a few times at the new theater, and I've been to the stadium here a couple of times, and most of that's all been involved with music. The show I'm doing in Branson is the one I've always wanted to create. It's all 70s music. It's all the different styles and everything from one-hit wonders to pop music to folk music to disco, and we're having a ball up there.
Who were some of your favorite groups and singers in the 70s?
Oh, James Taylor, Elton John, Billy Joel, the Eagles, Leonard Skinner, and they're all in my show.
That's awesome. Now, do you play the music?
Do you, I play acoustic guitar, play electric guitar, change clothes, dance, whatever, you know, whatever comes along. It's interactive and multimedia and Brady friendly.
It's got to be fun.
We do a little section where we're doing television theme songs, because that's what we all did in the 70s. So we'll go through maybe 8 or 10 of these things and sing the theme songs, and da 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 da. Here's the story.
Everyone remembers that.
A lovely lady.
Do you stay in touch much with the other cast members?
Yes, quite a bit. In fact, we've remained friends all these years. 2 weeks ago, we were in New Jersey doing a Brady convention, and last week, 4 of us were in Syracuse, and I believe Maureen McCormick is going to guest star in my new series, which I'm doing in Branson. In fact, it's called Barry in Branson, and it's going to be coming on one of the major cable networks around Thanksgiving, probably. And so we've been talking to Maureen McCormick, as she likes to be known as, or Marcia
for me.
as she is known, and about coming in. So we've maintained our friendships all this time and all these years.
It's tough to have lost Alice recently.
Yes, it is. And a big surprise too. The good news is she was 88, and Ambi Davis lived a full life. She lived it on her terms, and she passed very quickly without suffering, and that was nice.
In real life, was she anything like a nanny?
Nothing at all. Not at all. First of all, Alice didn't cook. Second of all, she was not crazy about kids, and she made that clear right up front. But you could earn her respect with professionalism and responsibility. So she was a good mentor for all of us.
You know, you just struck a nerve with me, Barry, because the father of 3 young kids and a 4th one on the way. My wife and I are thinking about going the next step as far as help around the house, babysitter, and I'm expecting an older lady with an apron around her waist to come in and not only take care of the kids, but take care of the kitchen and do the cooking, because Alice is what I grew up with.
You can probably find that apron in the Smithsonian.
I'll bet. You know, another thing too, as I was, you know, as Rex brought up about Ann passing away this year, I was just curious, you know, when did Robert Reed die? 22 years ago.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't believe
1992.
that. Wow.
Yeah.
So
that was a big surprise. And that was way too early. He was only 59 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I'm older than that. Almost.
Well, you brought it up. That doesn't seem possible either.
Yeah. So that was a tremendous loss for all of us.
You know, there's always a little baseball connection about the Brady Bunch too, because Don Drysdale, Wes Parker, right?
Wes Parker, good for you. You
absolutely.
did. You know
I'm
you're Brady.
a Brady Bunch guy. I mean, come on.
You know you're Brady.
Well,
Wes Parker, who is very active and quite a philanthropist in the Pacific Palisades, where I grew up.
Sure.
And of course we lost Don. But the cool thing about Don, just before he went, someone had given him the picture of him showing me how to throw a curveball, and he wrote, "Barry, keep on throwing strikes, Don Drysdale."
Barry, thanks a lot. I know you want to be a fan tonight and enjoy the game, but thank you so much for stopping by.
I'm enjoying the game with you. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Ryan.
Royals baseball is brought to you by the all-new Chrysler 200, America's imports, and by Angry Orchard Hard Cider. Branch out.
Great shot right there. A packed house at the K. Time to shock it now. Let's go. Let's get some guys on and get a big hit. Something that's been missing. Just 16 runs by the Royals since last Sunday. 6+ games.
That was fun for me.
I enjoyed it too.
I have to admit, I was a bit starstruck there.
I could tell. You know, we've been fortunate enough to have a lot of guests up here, Rhino, and I've never seen you react like that when he came in the booth. Had to have been a big fan of his.
He almost kind of gave me that scary look, like you know more about me than I think I want you to know about me. But man, that was my show. Now, Barry Williams did say as he was leaving, and I thanked him for coming up here. Now he's hanging out. Look, I mean, hey, George looks excited too. I mean,
no.
By the way, somebody, I won't name names, but a member of our crew said that my my man card was going to be revoked because of my how impressed I was with Barry Williams. But I mean, look at George. George is still taking pictures with him.
He's saying, "I'll take it. Look, let's go. I want a selfie. Forget that." There you go.
There. Thank you, George. Appreciate that.
I can hear George right now. Say, "Come on, John. Give me the phone."
He By the way, Barry Williams said when I thanked him, it was a pleasure meeting you, and I said I could have talked to you for 2 more innings, and he said, well, I'm just a couple of booths down. Come on down. Love to chat with you some more. So I don't know, can Joel come up here for a couple of innings, or
Yeah, we definitely would need Joel. Don't leave me all alone.
Fizz is over in the radio. No, Fizz is not in the radio booth as I'm looking over. Is Fizz over there trying to get in on that? No, that was a thrill, and boy, he couldn't have been nicer. What a nice guy.
Oh man, I want to go see his show.
Omar Infante had not played since Monday. Got back in the lineup tonight, and on the first pitch he saw tonight, he singled to center field, and then he walked in the 3rd inning. 86 pitches thrown by Bauer, and that ball hit to left field off the end of the bat. It's a long run for Brantley, and he runs it down.
A little bit too much air underneath it to give an athlete like Brantley a chance to run it down. Center fielder. He's playing left this year because they got Michael Bourne, but you give any kind of air underneath the ball and you got a guy with great legs like his, that's going to be an out.
Remember to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at rallyhouse.com/Royals, and you'll be entered to win a majestic prize pack from Rally House. Alex has walked and lined to center field. Santana, remember, the former catcher, and kind of blocked that like a catcher. Kept it out of right field, and Bauer, who could use a quick inning, throws only 8 pitches in the 5th. In front of a sellout crowd at Kauffman Stadium. You can now enjoy unique experiences every time you come out to Kauffman Stadium with our new Royals Fan Memories program. A variety of on-the-field opportunities will be available for purchase each homestand exclusively through the MLB.com at the ballpark app. Go to Royals.com/memories for more information. Well, it is Saturday, but since we don't have local television tomorrow, we're going to have our Sundays with Denny on Saturdays. Did you get to meet Barry Williams?
I did not.
Do you want to meet Barry Williams? Do you know who Barry Williams is?
I know Billy Williams. I don't know.
How about Greg Brady?
No.
Doesn't ring a bell.
No.
Brady Bunch?
No. Is that what they are? Who they are? Where they are? That's where they are.
You're not being serious, right?
Yes,
remember
I
the
am.
show, The Brady Bunch?
I do.
Okay, remember Greg Brady, the oldest son?
No.
All right, nice seeing you, Denny. We'll see you next Sunday.
Sunday, yeah.
Oh boy,
I'm just being honest. I mean, I can't fake it.
Yeah. And as long as I've known you, I guess it really doesn't surprise me that you were probably not a Brady Bunch fan like I was. The Brady Bunch started the same year as the Royals, so you were busy broadcasting games. You were at an age where that was probably not a show that you watched. But anyway, I just had the thrill of a lifetime when he came here in the booth. That was my favorite show when I was a kid.
I saw him in here on the monitor.
Oh boy,
I was otherwise involved, I guess.
Well, we should get back to the game. That's why you're involved, because Royals are playing another tight game, and Trevor Bauer, a young pitcher who hasn't been pitching like a young pitcher tonight, the way he's worked himself in and out of a few messes. Santana hits it hard to right, and Infante will make the play. Carlos Santana, believe it or not, is 0 for 3.
Oh, look at there.
Look at that young Denny Matthews. Is that your hair, by the way?
I recognize the guy on the right, but who in the heck is the guy on the left?
Look at that collar.
Yeah.
And apparently that shirt didn't have any buttons on it.
Didn't need them. Yeah, that was not hair. That's a helmet.
Denny. Now, would we have fit in back then?
No, you wouldn't have fit in anywhere except maybe in a circus.
Oh boy.
Well, how about the collars? Did the collars get any props at all? The collar?
Well, you want to stay out of the wind with those things. It lift you off your feet.
There's no doubt.
By the way, we had somebody come in and worked on Hud's hair for an hour to get him ready.
And it didn't work? He worked for an hour and it didn't work?
It wasn't just somebody. It was great clips. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I felt really honored. It's the first time I'd ever had 2 hairdressers working on my hair at the same time.
One on each side?
That's right. I kind of liked it. Made me feel special. Like I was somebody.
Well, hey, you are. I mean, come on. You had to double down to get your hair done. That's a deal.
Hey, we're searching for some hair, though. It's really a shy in that category.
One ball, 2 strikes. You know, this being retro night and focusing on 1974, and Kurt Nelson of the Royals Hall of Fame gave me a little packet of research here, and you know, that's a season where, as a Royals fan, even if you know Royals history, you could easily go right past 1974 and think, well, what did 1974 mean? Al Cowens made his debut. Dennis Leonard made his debut. George Brett was called up for a second time, but called up for good. Willie Wilson was the first-round pick. Joe Burke was hired as vice president and general manager that year. Steve Busby pitched his second career no-hitter as Kipnis lines out. So the point being, that was, it seems, Denny, a very important building block season for what happened in the years after that.
Yeah, without question. I was going to say that was a year of putting the pieces in place, and you were getting the team together that would eventually catch and then surpass those very good Oakland A's teams of the early 70s. And the Royals kept running at them, 72, 73, 74, knocking on the door. And finally they were able to break through in 76. But those Oakland teams were very, very good. Oakland and Baltimore were the 2 premier teams in the American League in those days. And Baltimore, by the way, back then was built very, very similar to the way the Royals are built now. Pitching and defense. They would give you very little. You would have to earn everything you got, and they were tough to beat.
Moustakas stays back on the ground ball with Gomes running. 3 up, 3 down. We'll continue with Denny. As we go to the bottom of the 6th, Cleveland leads the Royals 1-0. Petro night at Kauffman Stadium, focusing on 40 years ago, 1974. Look at the concession stand prices then. You could get a hot dog, a soft drink, peanuts for less than $1.
Is that a 40-ounce beer?
For $1.75.
Wow.
And I'll bet there were people complaining about that $1.75 beer at then Royal Stadium.
Sure.
Denny talked about the great teams of the 1970s. Let's see if he can correctly answer our sprint question of the night. Denny, who had the most wins in the 1970s among those 4 teams?
Well, I would obviously have to go with either the A's or the Orioles, and let's see, I don't know what happened in the later 70s to Baltimore. Put me down for, this is just a guess, between Baltimore and Oakland. Let's just say Oakland.
That's what HUD went with. Billy Butler, Salvador Perez, Raul Ibanez in the 6th inning. Hit hard to right, and right at Aviles. 1 down. Only 12% went with the Orioles, but they were the correct answer.
Yeah. They had 1 year where they had their starting rotation, and it was a 4-man rotation. All 4 of their pitchers won 20 or more games. So there you are, 944, and they had 4 20-game winners in 1 year.
Wow. Salvador Perez has been fooled quite a bit by Bauer tonight.
I think Bauer's in his back of his mind. Want to try to keep it as simple as possible. Look for the fastball until 2 strikes, and then you adjust. Anything close. Try to keep it simple. Don't start thinking what he's going to throw at a certain count.
Santana gets around Rusty Kuntz. 2 down. So some good candidates were coming up in our Sonic Slam inning. And now it's up to Raul Ibanez. Katie Woolery from KCMO is our contestant. If the Royals hit a home run, it's worth $5,000. If the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Katie wins $25 grand from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals.
Denny, first inning, had him on the ropes, bases loaded, nobody out. I was telling the folks, you know, you just try to get 1. You don't have to get a bunch, but you may not get him again if you don't get him now.
And you know what was impressive, at least to me, about Bauer in that inning? Once the bases were loaded, he didn't back off. He challenged, and he was ahead of all 3 guys that he struck out. So I tip my cap to him in that regard. He finished off the first 2 with curveballs in the dirt, and then he got Ibanez. Raul gave him a pretty good battle, but I was impressed the way that after loading the bases, and he could be thinking, he's only 23, oh, this game's getting away from me right here, but boy, he just went out and challenged.
And you know, he is a thinker. In my scouting reports, they say he can outthink himself at times. He pitches with the wisdom of Greg Maddux, but he's not there yet.
That was probably a very good learning experience for a young pitcher. He figured out a way to get out of bases loaded, nobody out in the first inning, and he can file that in his memory cabinet, and next time that happens, he'll remember this. It's part of the process of learning on the big league level.
When you have stuff like that, that means above average fastball, and you have a secondary pitch that's an overhand hard curve. Those are 2 pitches really, that's all you need. We haven't seen too many of his changeups.
Still throwing 95. He has not been getting that call all night. And now James Hoy, the home plate umpire, emphatically points out to Bauer. They've been struggling to get the low strike, and now Gomes is mask to mask with James Hoy. That's Kevin Cash, who is normally the bullpen coach of the Indians. He's out to have a chat because Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach, was thrown out in that first inning.
Got to settle him down. Watch his reaction, Bauer, after this pitch.
That was borderline at best. I can't quibble. I guess I wouldn't quibble either way, but yeah, it's a borderline call. Here's the first inning, and there's that nasty curveball. Same pitch, same spot. And he gets Raul with a fastball away. But those two breaking balls in the dirt, it looked for all the world like both hitters were putting fastball swings on curveballs.
One of the great things about that curveball, Denny, is it is such a tight breaker that the hitters can't pick it up. They can't decide, is that a fastball or is that going to be a curveball coming in, and they swing.
And one other little thing that happened in the first inning, I'm sure you guys noticed the glare on the hitting backdrop because we still had sunshine and shadow. And that's always advantage pitcher.
1-1 on Bauer, who is now at 101 pitches, 29% breaking balls, and the league hits 158 against his breaking ball. So it's not just the Royals tonight having a difficult time at that pitch. Kyle Crockett warms up now in the Indians bullpen with Mike Moustakas on deck. That breaking ball stayed up. As well as he has pitched, and we're talking no runs, 3 hits in 5 2/3 innings. Bauer has also walked 5. That'll land in the crowd, a big crowd tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's a little frustrating for the Royals that they've gotten 5 walks out of a guy in fewer than 6 innings and haven't cashed one in yet. Nice.
Yeah. A moment he will never forget.
By the way, Eric Hosmer had a walk-off hit today for AA Northwest Arkansas. You take that back for AAA Omaha. We've had so many guys sent to Northwest Arkansas, including Christian Colon today, but Hosmer's rehab was in Omaha. That's where he had the walk-off.
Last 2 breaking balls he didn't finish. They were both up.
Starting to tire a little.
Yep, exactly. Now if he just hang one.
He can hang it, but the hitter, he's got to bang it.
Ibanez runs, and Kane lines it into left center field. Bourne cuts it off. Ibanez will be held at third. Kane ends up with a double.
And I think Lorenzo Kane had a pretty good idea he was going to get a fastball after Bauer had missed with the 2 breaking balls up. And here comes the fastball, and pretty hittable, just above the knees, and once again the Royals have got a shot.
Francona looks like, though, he's going to end Bauer's night. Moustakas coming up. They're going to bring the lefty in. Hey, the Royals haven't had any trouble getting guys on. They just can't get a big hit. Hopefully it'll happen.
So again, we go back to that 29 pitch first inning that cuts Bauer's outing short in the 6th, and now Crockett in a Chevy call to the bullpen. Trevor Bauer still fuming, it would appear, after not getting a strike called to Raul Ibanez. The pitch, well, he is fuming. The pitch was low with Fox Tracks. He walked Ibanez. He gave up a double to Kane and doesn't get through 6 innings. And now Kyle Crockett, who came on last night to face Mike Moustakas. He threw 1 pitch and he hit Moustakas. Gets another shot at him here with runners at second and third and 2 down. Fastball in for a strike.
Fastball, slider, changeup, not overpowering. 88 to 90. Going to sink that fastball. Moose doesn't have to worry about trying to drive one here. Just go right back where it comes from. Try to meet the ball.
Oh, and 2. Bauer struck out Moustakas and got him to ground into a double play.
What do you think Crockett's nickname is?
Davey.
Got to be, doesn't it?
You would think. Straight up for Moose. You see that high shot there? Normally they're playing Moose to pull. Not here in this situation. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Find a hole.
Trying to pitch him up.
It's going to get him to try to swing at that big slider.
A couple of nights ago against Glenn Perkins in the 10th inning, Moustakas had a hit like that where instead of trying to pull it, he went the other way and got a base hit to left field.
That's the one. Really focus on his release point. Don't overstride. Keep the shoulder in. Trust the hands.
Crockett, by the way, has not thrown a wild pitch this year. Up the middle, Kipnis backhands, jumps, throws, and got him. Royals strand 2 in the 6th. They have left 8 on base. What's cooking at the K, brought to you by Farmland. Tomorrow, remember, it's a night game. We'll have KU night. It's another signature Sunday. Monday is a value night, and that's Labor Day as the Royals begin a 3-game series with the Rangers. And then Wednesday is student night.
You know, good help is hard to find, and you've got some good help.
I do. Here's our pitching matchup for tomorrow. Danny Duffy will start the finale of the series against the Indians' TJ House. We got a little future broadcaster sitting with us here. This is our oldest, Micah, who just arrived and plopped down. Micah, can you wave? Can you wave to everybody on the camera? Can you wave to everybody on the camera up there?
Hey, Dad.
Hi, Mom.
We're gonna have a little father-son trip with the ESPN broadcast tomorrow, so he's jazzed up and ready to go.
You're going to come to the K.
Here to catch the end of this game tonight, and hopefully Royals come from behind victory.
Yeah. Did your dad take a bite out of the bill of your cap?
I know. I'm sorry. Eat it.
Yeah.
All right, Denny, you
really
got him
is.
started, Denny.
I know. Well, I'm good at that.
2 balls and 1 strike on Zach Walters.
You just got the hook.
Mom to the rescue.
Now there have been 2 guys kicked out of the game.
Yeah.
Cleveland's pitching coach is gone, and so is Micah. The big hook.
He's a beauty.
Oh, boy.
As I said, good help's hard to find.
That's right. James Shields has given up 1 run, 5 hits in 6 innings. He's retired the last 5. Of the 5 hits, 3 have been doubles. Academy Sports and Outdoors gives us our starters comparison. So Shields is trying to go 7. Bauer pitched well, paying the price somewhat for that 29 pitch first inning. He had to come out after 5 2/3 innings, and the only run that Shields has allowed was a double by Yan Gomes back in the 4th inning that scored Jason Kipnis.
Well, James Shields is certainly doing his part. He is pitching his game. Can't do anything about lack of run support. He can just continue to pound the strike zone down low.
How do you like the look of those Royals unis?
I like them.
I think they're awesome.
Clean, aren't they?
Very. I'm a sock guy. I got to tell you, I really appreciate the old look, stirrups. But you know, the era's changed. I mean, nowadays they have them down to their feet. That's just the way they do it.
These will come back.
Yeah, and you notice those are the real stirrups.
Yeah.
But the other ones are 2-in-1s. They're like painted on stripes.
Right. The real stirrups feel better.
I always thought so. Of course, you know, the uniforms that we wore were skin tight. I mean, they were like, it was, you had to, just pry them on. Now they're a little bit more baggy, and it's just a different feel. And whenever we would have a throwback game, it felt like you were almost naked when you were playing, because everything was baggy. I actually liked it. It was very comfortable, and then you had to go back to those skin tight pants.
Driven to right, but Aoki is there for the out.
Well, you had more freedom in the other ones.
You know, something I noticed about Shields with the stirrups, he has the larger arch in the front instead of the larger arch in the back.
Well, he's got them on backwards. He didn't know.
I mean, he is 32, but might still be young enough where he's never worn stirrups before.
Great pickup there.
They got him on backwards. He doesn't know.
Usually have the larger side and back.
Sure.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, those were tight. I tell you.
Were those Jordache, Hud?
I don't know, but that right there, that's a pinch hit home run off Ricky Horton. He tried to sneak a piece of cheese by a hungry rat.
Shame on him. Good for you.
My grandma was in the stands. First time she ever came and watched me play. It was a special moment.
Good timing.
Very good. Couldn't believe it. Only time up all game.
And of course, you never bring that up when we play the Cardinals. Ricky Horton, now a broadcaster for the Cardinals.
You know, anybody that I hit a home run off of should be ashamed of themselves. That's staying in.
Aoki makes a play on Chisenhall. 2 down in the 7th inning. And now Shields with 109 pitches will get Mike Aviles, who is 0 for 2. We had some fun watching him, didn't we, Denny, back in 2008. Mike Aviles had a chance in the big leagues. We didn't think he was going to get a chance. He did, and when the season was over, he was the Royals Player of the Year.
Isn't that something? Yeah, that came out of nowhere, didn't it?
The year before, in 2007, Aviles was the Royals minor league player of the year, and the Royals elected not to protect him on the 40-man roster, so he could have been drafted by any other team. He was not, so that'd be a little bit demoralizing not to be protected and not drafted. But the next year he was the Royals major league player.
He had incentive.
Kane makes a play in center field. Shields has retired the last 8. Denny, thanks.
Stand by for a late inning rally.
Of seats at Kauffman Stadium. If you have not seen the playoff contending Royals, check out ticketsforless.com. Tickets for Less is your trusted source for all tickets and still has great lower level tickets between the bases for all remaining Royals games. Check out ticketsforless.com for all your Royals tickets. That's the coolest read I've ever done, with Barry Williams, aka Greg Brady, singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." And to get a final thought on that, and Denny Matthews, I was just walking over to the booth. Denny was walking out, the Hall of Famer. I have a smile on my face. He says, "What?" And I said, "The Brady Bunch." He said, "What?" Forget it.
Never heard the Brady Bunch. Thank you, Joel. Scott Atchison will pitch the bottom of the 7th inning. Escobar, Aoki, and Infante coming up.
Why not now? Find a way.
Up the middle, and Kipnis. Kipnis has made 2 big plays against the last 2 hitters. Mike Moustakas hit one up the middle with 2 runners in scoring position in the 6th inning, and Kipnis made a very similar play. And now he takes a hit away from Escobar.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, even though their last in the major leagues in errors made this year. They're playing really airtight ball.
You're right. That's a good point, Hud, that you really couldn't tell that this is a bad defensive team in this series.
Well, they realize the importance. Now, every game is important, especially here on out. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, this game tonight is the most important one, and they're playing like it.
Don't forget to tweet your photo using hashtag KCFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown during an upcoming game broadcast. And tonight it comes from DD Bugs 2. They stopped in out at Rivals to hang out with Joel and Monty. Thank you, DD. AT&T Fan Photo brought to you by AT&T.
Atchison dropped a big curve on there. He's going to cut his fastball. 89-93. Change up as well, he'll throw.
Another ground ball.
No luck.
3 quick outs for Atchison, and we head to the 8th inning with Cleveland still leading 1-0.
Takes us around the league as the Indians right now beating the Royals 1-0, and the Yankees shut out by Toronto. White Sox won game 1, Detroit winning game 2, and some news involving Baltimore, who is leading. They just acquired Alejandro De Aza from the Chicago White Sox, so he is headed to the Baltimore Orioles. Our Mazda game break takes us back to the south side of Chicago. White Sox rocking those old uniforms, but not working as far as results go. All Tigers in this one, although Miguel Cabrera left the game in the middle. He's been really battling with some injuries and struggling. As for the Royals, the job right now for Wade Davis, keep this game at 1-0. See if they can get this offense going somehow, some way.
Royals down to their last 6 outs on offense, so Davis will pitch the 8th. As the Indians have the top of the order, Michael Bourne, Jose Ramirez, and Michael Brantley.
Oops. It's a little misjudgment right there on that pitch. And as good as Salvi's hands are, he couldn't get his glove on that one. Now, usually it's a curveball that bounces, but that was a fastball, and that threw Salvi off. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what but yeah, maybe it was a cutter. But at 89, it certainly was an off speed. If it was his curveball, man, that's one of the shortest curveballs I've ever seen from Wade Davis. But anyway, Salvi, he's not used to seeing that pitch either, and he just misjudged it. He came up out of his crouch.
I think Salvi will be fine as long as he can stay in that position the rest of the night.
Yep. Some deep breaths. He'll be all right.
Gentlemen, we apologize for what you're about to see.
Yeah, it was a curveball. That pitch didn't work.
Michael Bourne doubled in the 5th inning. He's also stolen a base tonight. Two and one. Wade Davis has allowed 1 run in his last 48 innings and none in his last 24 2/3. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That curveball worked.
He has the lowest ERA among major league relievers, or Toyota League leaders, and it really isn't even close. Only Davis and O'Day are under 1. And Davis comes back to strike out Bourne, who has struck out twice tonight, 1 down in the 8th inning.
Hitters look for that fastball on Davis because it's a good one, mid to upper 90s with that fastball, 95, 97, and then he drops that hammer on him. Starts out at the same eye level as the fastball, and it drops out. He's got a nice little cutter he'll use as well.
Jose Ramirez is 0 for 2 with a walk. Good pitching on both sides tonight. The Indians 1 run 5 hits. The Royals no runs 4 hits. The number that stands out on the line is the Royals have left 8 on base. One and two.
It's like Wade Davis is sporting him some high tops.
Strike 3 called.
Perfect pitch.
The Royals, Fox Sports, and the state of Missouri are teaming up to help you stop smoking. And for more information, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Michael Brantley doubled in his first at bat tonight. He's 1 for 3. Fouled it off of his foot, and down he goes.
You know, he's got that big shin guard on, protects his foot. Let's see if he hit it off of it. Yep. That even knocked the strap off of it. Still hurts, but I'm gonna tell you that's a real protector for you. If you don't have that on there, you're gonna be sore as heck tomorrow.
Nasty. 93 miles an hour with that movement.
Salvi was setting up away, and watch where he catches it. Right over the middle of the plate. That's a good call by home plate umpire. Just because the catcher's setting up outside and he had to reach in didn't mean it wasn't a ball. Or it didn't mean it wasn't a strike. It was.
One and two. Is a beast.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good night. Waiter, check please.
Royals baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. One nothing Indians. The only run tonight. Back in the fourth inning with one out. The Indians got back-to-back doubles against James Shields, Jason Kipnis, followed by Yan Gomes, and that is it. One run and a combined 9 hits between the two teams tonight. It'll be Alex Gordon, Billy Butler, and Salvador Perez against Scott Atchison, not Brian Shaw. Atchison got Escobar, Aoki, and Infante on ground balls in the 7th inning.
Alex 1 for 1 versus Atchison.
One ball, 2 strikes. And Alex has hit 8 home runs this month. Chris Carter of the Astros has 12. And then Alex tied with Giancarlo Stanton. The Royals' record for home runs in the month of August is 12. Chili Davis in his 1 year with the Royals back in 1997 hit 12. And you know that the Royals are not a home run hitting team and haven't been for a long time. You know, the last time a Royal had 8 home runs in a month like Alex was 10 years ago.
Wow.
Carlos Beltran, leadoff walk.
Alex is 8 of 11 in steals, and Terry Francona, he knows that this situation right here, that Billy Butler, he hits that ball hard, but unfortunately lots of times he's grounded into double plays. He's grounded into 19, so you might expect Ned Yost to move Alex Gordon. Atchison has induced 10 double plays for a reliever. That's a high number. Look him up. Ooh, like right there. That's where you want to look. Elevate him.
Atchison somehow made the play, and he throws it into center field.
There's the break they're looking for. Now Alex, he thought there was interference, so he almost stopped on his way to third base. Second base umpire, he made the safe sign saying there was no interference, but this is another break. What a nice play by the glove, and then he rushed the throw with both infielders converging. There was some, you see Alex how he was calling for interference there. Now you got to know who's covering second on that. All right, now look at Alex. He's looking for the interference call. He looked back and he said, "Oh man, I better get on my horse." So that's a definite mistake. You got to know who's covering on a comebacker. And that caused Atchison some confusion there. He just threw it. Time to go. Got to make him pay.
So Dyson running at first. First and third, nobody out. Dyson runs. No throw. Second and third and nobody out. .30 stolen bases for Dyson. It's his third consecutive 30 stolen base season. Ball 1 to Sal. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Same thing. Salvi wants to see it up. The infield is back. There's nobody out. The pressure is on Atchison, not on Salvador. Ground ball is going to tie this game up.
1 and 2.
Have to be able to slow it down, slow everything down, and that's the hard thing to do. And he's been swinging at those all night, so Atchison is going to keep throwing them there.
Sellout crowd here tonight, many on their feet. Royals in the bottom of the 8th have runners at second and third, nobody out. Blocked by Gomes and keeps it in front of him.
Gomes is another one of those catchers in the league that pitchers can throw anything they want and not worry about the ball going to the backstop. Very fundamentally sound is Yan Gomes. Great position there. He moved his feet. He's able to square that ball up on his chest protector. That's exactly what you want to do. Keep the ball in front. Anytime the ball kicks to the left or to the right, the runner has a chance to score. Alex Gordon has plenty of speed to do that. So be ready.
3-2. Raul Ibanez is on deck. The biggest key to this game to this point was way back in the first inning. Royals had the bases loaded and nobody out against Trevor Bauer and did not score. And now second and third and nobody out with time running out.
Yeah, you can't miss now if you want to win.
Hard slider down and away.
Now the infielders are looking into the Indians dugout. They want to know where to play. Does he want them back or does he want them in? So now they're waving them in. Going to have a little talk about this one here. And it's like Terry Francona might go back to that bullpen. Now if he does bring in the lefty, you always got Willingham on that bench, and Francona knows that.
So it'll be Nick Hagedorn, the lefty. So Francona had a decision to make. Did he want Atchison to face Ibanez, or does he want Hagedorn to face Josh Willingham? Uniforms, it's tough to tell who the guys are. This is Eric Kratz, not Josh Willingham, to face Nick Hagedorn. Now the Royals have a situation here when it comes to substitutions, because Sherrod Dyson ran for Billy Butler, so Billy's out of the game. So there's Willingham. Somebody's going to have to play first base when we get to the ninth inning. And the Royals have capable players at first base. Ned Yost going with Kratz instead of Willingham out with second and third and one out.
Okay, look him up now. Not that high, but he's got a 92 to 95 mile-an-hour fastball. Hard. Got a slider and a split finger, so he's going to try to get ahead. Kratz has no history against Hagedorn, but he does know what to do with that bat. In pinch hitting, he's got 4. Don't need it, just a lousy single.
Almost got him on the jersey. 2-0.
2-0. It's got to be your pitch. Pressure's not on Kratz. That's what you have to tell yourself.
Agadon's all over the place.
Definitely you take one here. They're going to go ahead and put him on. Load him up, gives him a chance for a double play somewhere. Terry Francona, he's going to come back out. Little mix and match situation here.
CC Lee is out of the Indians bullpen. Bases loaded, 1 out, bottom of the 8th. For the Royals in the first inning, they had the bases loaded, nobody out. Trevor Bauer pitched out of it, and now in this inning, second and third, nobody out, is turned into the bases loaded, 1 out, and it's CC Lee against Lorenzo Cain.
Look at that inherited numbers, Mark. That's big. 19 times, and he has not let any of them score, so that's got to change. Lorenzo Cain 0 for 2 in his career against CC. CC Lee has a really good 2-seam sinker. It's anywhere from 90 to 94. He's got a little 3/4 arm slot delivery, slider, and a split finger. Lorenzo will be tough to double up. Try to zone him up. At least get something in the air, airborne.
Chopped out to short. They're going to try for a double play, and the Royals tie the game. Well, we've been talking about it all night. The Cleveland Indians have committed the most errors in the major leagues, and up until this inning, they've had a very good defensive series, but an error and, in my opinion, poor judgment has helped the Royals tie the game in the 8th.
Yeah, and Lorenzo Cain, you know, there's no way they're going to double him up. The shortstop, Jose Ramirez, that ball bringing him in, he should have planted his feet and thrown home and got the force. That's a rookie mistake late in the game like that.
I mean, as soon as he went to second base, you knew there was no chance for a double play.
Yep. Veteran shortstop comes home on that.
Mark Zepchinski to face Mike Moustakas when we come back. An error got the inning going, and Jose Ramirez not judging the batter runner Lorenzo Cain and trying for a double play has led to the Royals tying the game. And now Zepchinski in to face Mike Moustakas.
Sinker slider.
Strike over the inside.
87 and 92. That's about his max. That last pitch right there. He's going to break that breaker off. Tries to get ahead with a fastball early.
Cain runs, and it's in the dirt. It's a stolen base as Santana was close to the bag at first when Cain took off.
This is almost like a walk-off situation. As you see, Moose 2 for 5, and when you got Holland down there in that bullpen, all you need is one run.
Grounded foul. 1-2. Gordon walked, so it's not all on the defense. A leadoff walk in a game like this. Then Butler hit a ground ball to Atchison, who made a good play to field it, and then he threw it into center field, and that got everything going.
Two-strike approach here. Have to be selective on those big breakers. Away.
2-2.
Royals making Terry Francona deplete his bullpen, bringing guys in left and right. Just got another right-hander warming up.
Grounded. Santana gets to a tricky hop and gets to the bag to end the inning. 1 run, no hits, 2 walks, an error, throwing to the wrong base, and the Royals tie the game at 1. Gerard Dyson going into center field. He ran for Billy Butler. And Jason Nix, who just reported to the Royals today, was claimed off of waivers by the Pirates 2 days ago. He will play at first base, and he will bat first in Aoki's spot. Lorenzo Cain shifts over to right field.
Yep, you know, in between innings we were talking about options for Ned, and we've been watching Moustakas in batting practice take balls at first base. And he could have put Nix at third and put Moose at first, but obviously Ned feels comfortable with newly acquired Lance Nix. Jason Nix.
Not to be confused with his brother, Lance Nix.
My bad. Jason Nix.
Greg Holland will get Santana, Kipnis, and Gomes.
You'd like to see Santana come up with nobody on base, that's for sure. Got to just keep the ball on the corners.
2-0. Santana is hitless in the past against Holland. He's also hitless tonight. The best he's done is line out to right field. Two and one.
Mid-90s fastball. Might see some 97s. Slider split. Command with all of them.
Nix with Infante, and Nix makes the play. Gets a pat on the back from some fans down in the dugout suite. So how about that? Ned Yost was saying, you know, if you took him around the horn and you ranked him at the different positions, that first base is his fourth best position. He comes to a team in first place. That's the first position he plays, and of course the ball will find you
every time. Now, credit the Royals fans in that dugout. Box seats down there. They all backed off and let him make the play.
Fastball strike to Kipnis. Once upon a time seen as the long-term second baseman for the Colorado Rockies, Jason Nix, and he's played most of his games at third. Well, we just showed you why he ranks first base as fourth as far as how comfortable he is on the infield, because this is his first game at first base.
Gotta like that. That's one of the reasons they acquired him. He's a veteran. He's got experience. Ned giving him some confidence, saying, hey kid, you're playing first. What you tell yourself is this just a game of catch.
Hard slider in for a strike to Gomes. Gomes doubled in the Indians run back in the fourth inning, and that was the only run of the game until the Royals tied it in the bottom of the eighth. Oh, 2. That one hit that Gomes has against Greg Holland gave Holland a blown save back on July the 24th and resulted in a 14-inning game. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Was that curve, that slider that he hit? Holland left it up. I remember. Hit
right
back
into
up
center field.
Right back up the middle. Yeah. Almost looked like he knew it was coming. I remember.
Came with 2 outs, single to center to score Santana. And we played 4 hours and 23 minutes that night, and the Royals won 2-1. Strike 3 call. Holland gets his job done, and now the Royals have a chance to walk off.
Hammer time.
As promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Wade Davis and Greg Holland have made a mark on this ball club, and it's a good one. Because that game is almost over. Now tonight it's not, but man, when these guys come in with the lead, it is nothing but nails, strikeouts, and quick innings.
It'll be Escobar, Nix, and Infante, and Terry Francona brings on Cody Allen, which is going against the grain, using a closer in a tie game on the road.
Francona, he's pulling out all stops tonight. Anything he can to get a game closer to the Royals.
It's his second straight game where he's used 7 pitchers.
You're going to see mid-90s fastball just like that, power curve. 2 pitches. Escobar, nice numbers. Sitting on a fastball, he got his curve there. So now the hitter's thinking, Escobar, all right, he's got me down 0-2. I'm going to look for the fastball out over the middle and adjust to anything that's borderline. But you got to look fastball off this guy. That's his best pitch. He's going to curve it.
Santana, and he'll make the play. He does not get a pat on the back. Remember to tweet your photos using hashtag KCFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown during our next broadcast, which will be Monday. Remember, tomorrow the Royals are on Sunday Night Baseball, brought to you by AT&T. Our Royals fan photo. And on Monday night, Labor Day, Yordano Ventura against Colby Lewis, the first of 3 with the Texas Rangers. Jason Nix, his first at bat as a Royal, played in his first game at first base in the top of the 9th inning, and of course, as fate always has it, he was responsible for the first out of the inning.
Now he's got a little pop. He might be not very large in stature. He's got 38 home runs in his career. He's had a career high 14 home runs he hit in 2010.
One ball, 2 strikes. He was the Rockies' first-round pick back in 2001. Always a very good defensive player. Two and 2.
Now that's an overhand curve that Allen's throwing. It's not a flat curveball where it stays in the hitting zone very long, so it's a downward break.
Got a fastball up and fouled it back. He is the younger brother of Lance Nix, who is a big league outfielder. First came up with the Texas Rangers. Got him looking at a fastball. 2 down in the bottom of the 9th.
Yep, too close to take.
Omar Infante with 2 down. He is singled and walked. 1 for 3. Center field. That'll drop for a hit. The winning run is on. Way back in the bottom of the first inning, the Indians didn't get a call on a check swing, and pitching coach Mickey Callaway was ejected. So that is Kevin Cash, a former big league catcher who is normally the Indians bullpen coach. So he's the one making the trips to the mound and getting Cody Allen ready for Alex Gordon.
Okay, the lip reading that I discovered right there, it looked to me like Allen was saying fastballs and getting fastballs away. So they're going to try to make Alex hit the ball to the opposite field. They want to stay out of his wheelhouse. 1 for 1 against Cody Allen, and it was a big fly.
He already has 2 home runs on this homestand. One was a walk-off home run. Another was a game-tying home run in the 7th inning.
You could scrape the outfielders back on the wall right here. All of them are playing really deep. No doubles. Anything to the gap, they'll be able to get to him quicker. Let's see how deep they are. Even if Alex doinks one out here, if he doinks one out in left center field, that could be exciting.
1-1.
Gave it to him.
Over 31,000 here last night. Over 35,000 here tonight. Line foul off the tarp. Well, that wasn't a fastball away, staying out of his wheelhouse.
Nope, they make mistakes. Alex was ready for it. Took a little bit off that. Wasn't 95. Infante, he's 6 out of 8 in steals.
He's running. And did Alex swing? No. It's a stolen base for Infante, and now the winning run is in scoring position.
Make him 7 out of 9. Good job. He got a great jump. No attempt from Yan Gomes whatsoever. So now the outfielders are come in.
Full count. Dyson's on deck. Royals are 0 for 11 tonight with runners in scoring position. 1 for 12 sounds good, doesn't it? Just high with a breaking ball, and you wonder how convinced Alex was that that was a ball when he took off for first base.
Ooh. That ball, that was a hanger. Ooh. Hitters love those, but Alex, he'll take the walk now. It's up to Gerard Dyson.
Dyson's first at bat tonight. He came on as a pinch runner for Butler in the 8th inning and stole a base, his 30th of the year. He has Infante at second base, Gordon at first, and that fastball is high.
Gerard's been hot with runners in scoring position. In his last 11 at bats, he's got 5 hits, and he never has had a walk-off hit in his career.
1-1. Had a pretty good swing.
Didn't look like he was trying to get the top half on that one.
Two and one. Royals in a bit of a scoring lull at the moment. Including tonight, the Royals have scored just 17 runs in their last 7 games. Two and two.
Good pass. Looks like he's trying to just hit it wherever it's pitched, and he'll have to now. 2 and 2. Mentioned Michael Brantley in left field has 11 outfield assists. Got a good arm. Infante, he's getting a nice lead initially, and then his lead on the pitch, the secondary lead, is even bigger. So he knows he's got to get a good jump. Try to bring the money home.
Fastball struck him out looking. The Royals have left 12 runners on base tonight. And we will go to the 10th in a 1-1 tie. Innings are brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's all season long. Coming up after the game, it's Boulevard Royals Live. What a game it's been. 1 run, 5 hits for the Royals. 1 run, 5 hits for the Indians. The Indians got their run in the 4th. The Royals got their run in the 8th. And now in the 10th, it's going to be Kelvin Herrera to face the lower 3rd of the Indians order. Walters, Chisenhall, and Aviles. So instead of Ned Yost's normal Herrera, Davis, Holland, tonight it's Davis, Holland, Herrera. Fouled away by Walters. He was 0 for 3 tonight against James Shields with a couple of strikeouts. Oh, and 2.
So right now, with Greg Holland retiring the side in order last inning, Herrera can tell himself, I'm the guy. Keep him off the bases.
Only took 3 pitches to get Walters. Royals bullpen. They have faced 7 batters in 2 1/3 innings and have struck out 5 of those 7 batters.
Without putting any pressure on yourself, that's what you do. You tell yourself, look, team's counting on me right here.
.99 miles an hour to Chisenhall, who had a 3rd inning single. He is 1 for 3.
Plenty of cheddar cheese for the Royals. I mean, excuse me, for the Indians that they're going to be seeing with Herrera with that blazing fastball. He'll reach triple digits with it. Overhand curve.
99, and it's fouled away. 1-1.
Changeup at 90. He'll go 88 to 91 with a changeup.
One and 2 on Chisenhall. The Indians have had just 1 hit since they scored their run in the 4th inning. Royals pitching has retired the last 15 Indians hitters. Escobar. That ball had a lot of spin on it, and it looked all the while like he was going to make the play, but it just kept slicing and slicing away from him, and Chisenhall is on.
That was a super changeup off the bat of Chisenhall. Very deceptive to a fielder. This is not easy. You're trying to judge how hard it was hit, and he's going to it, just couldn't quite get to it enough. So he started back because it was a difficult read for him, and then he had to come in, and the spin took it down and away from him.
Low to Micah Vilas. Vilas is 0 for 3, all of those at bats against Shields. Deep short. Escobar to second, and a good play. Just got Chisenhall, and he knew that was his only chance to get an out.
Ooh, man, I'm gonna tell you, plus he lost his footing. Escobar with a cannon for an arm. He had to really throw it over there to Infante. You say how he lost his footing, but he's able to stay on it and get the force. Chisenhall thought that ball was going through. He was making a turn, like to go to third base. That might have cost him. Interesting on that nice little replay. That takes time when you come out of that baseline like that, and then all of a sudden you got to get back in line. If he goes on a straight shot there, he might have beat that out.
Oh, 0-2. Horn was geared up for the fastball. Wow.
How about that? Those are some perfect numbers. Aviles has 12 stolen bases. He'll go. He looked like he was trying to pick a pitch and go there. Herrera, get that hitter. Don't worry about Aviles.
Who is running, and it's fouled back. Not running this time, and Bourne fouls it back again. 100 miles an hour. Detroit ended up winning the second game of that doubleheader. They beat Chicago 8-4. It was 5-0 Detroit going into the 8th inning, and Chicago scored 4 against Jabba Chamberlain. But then the Tigers got 3 more in the top of the 9th. Aviles runs and stops, and he's lucky that he did, because that was a perfect pitch for Sal to throw on. So the Royals will finish tonight either with a 1-game lead over the Tigers or tied for first place with the Tigers. 2-2.
Now that's the pitch you want to run on. You don't know before it's coming. However, base runner does have a way to look in there. You get 2 steps off the base, you kind of peek and see if you can see more than 1 finger the catcher's putting down. But your catcher's got to do a good job of keeping their legs, their knees closer together, so the runner can't see that.
Aviles runs again. Bourne strikes out. So another scoreless inning from the Royals bullpen. And now in the bottom of the 10th, Salvador Perez, Eric Kratz, and Lorenzo Cain coming up. Josh Tomlin will come on and pitch the bottom of the 10th inning. Royals scored a run off of him in the bottom of the 9th last night. It was a 6-1 game, but the Royals were a runner away from turning it into a save situation, but Tomlin got out of it. And the Royals have some power coming up. Perez, Kratz, and Cain.
Okay, Josh Tomlin not overpowering. You got to be really good on the edges. 87-92 slider. He's got a pretty good curveball. He'll cut that fastball as well.
Slider for a strike. It's been a frustrating night at the plate for Sal so far. In the first inning, he batted with the bases loaded, 1 out, and struck out. And then in the 8th inning, 2nd and 3rd, and nobody out, and struck out. Fouls that one away, and it's 0-2. One career walk-off home run, and I remember it like it was yesterday against the Angels off the left field foul pole. Billy Butler had homered earlier in the inning, did a 2-run home run to tie it, and then Salvador Perez followed with the walk-off.
He's going to give you something good to hit. Salvi had a couple already that he could have handled. He just wasn't able to barrel it.
$35,089 here tonight, and very few have left. Still 1-2.
Excellent numbers. You want to see it, even though the count's in Tomlin's favor. 1-2, 5 for 7 with the big flies. Good. Salvi's swing is long. To shorten that swing up a little bit. It's a little long tonight.
And we'll do it again. I mentioned this last night. Back at the end of June, Tomlin pitched the best game of his major league career, a 1-hit shutout against Seattle. But in his next start, the Royals got him for 5 runs in 5 2/3 innings. And then when they faced him after that, they scored 4 runs in 5 1/3 innings. Line up the line, fair ball. Winning run at second base with nobody out.
Fouled off some pitches on the 8th pitch he saw. He found what he liked and was able to drive it. Ball was fair by plenty. Ball bounced around, and Brantley, he went to the ball and didn't panic one bit. He goes, you know what, he's not going to try to go to third. I'm going to make sure to pick the ball up, get it in. Now Eric Kratz with an opportunity here to try to move the runner with a base hit to right field, or just even anything to the right side. I would not expect him to bunt here. This guy, you got to let him swing the bat. Look for a pitch away and go with it that way, or hit it out of the yard.
0-1.
You see it. He can do a lot here with this at bat. Doesn't have to win it with a single, but be smart up there, and if he gives you a pitch middle away, wait on it and try to just slap it that way. Advance the runner.
Went with the same pitch. Gomes lost it for a moment. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Okay, another opportunity for a journeyman catcher for a first. He's never had a walk-off hit in his career. Aviles in right field. He's pretty shallow. He's not expecting Kratz to hit for any power that way, so any base hit, he'll have a good shot at Salvi. Salvi runs okay, but doesn't have blazing speed.
Almost hit him. 2-1. Royals have had their chances tonight. You look on the scoreboard and you see just 1 run, 6 hits, but they have stranded 12. He was tempted. 3 balls and 1 strike. Raul Ibanez started as the DH tonight, and then Kratz batted for him in the 8th and was intentionally walked after getting ahead in the count 3-0.
Got to look to juice one here.
Just enough of a wrinkle in it. 3-2.
Got him to pull his head off it just a tad. So now you're competing. I mean, you're taking this at bat like it's your last at bat you'll ever get. Be loose. Let your eyes tell your hands where to go.
Stayed in that same spot. Those were perfect pitches.
I would agree.
I mean, there are times, Hud, in at bats like this and with pitches like that, you know, you could say, well, the hitter got himself out. Not there. I mean, those were just pinpoint perfect pitches in perfect locations.
Situation like this with the game on the line, I'd rather see a guy swing like that than take a call third. Tomlin was perfect there. Can he be here to a guy, Lorenzo Cain, who's hitting .330 coming into this game with runners in scoring position?
Staying away. Ball 1. Lorenzo drove in the game tying run in the 8th inning. With runners at first and third and 1 down, Cain hit a chopper to short, and Ramirez tried to turn a double play instead of going to the plate and getting 1 out. And the Indians did not turn the double play, and the Royals tied it as Gordon scored. Lorenzo also has a double tonight. Squibber to the right side. Kipnis didn't get him.
Kipnis didn't look like he was busting it coming in to field that ball.
It looked like he might have been intimidated by the spin.
Yeah, now look at him. He's just kind of halfway coming in. He didn't realize, I guess, who was running. So that's twice tonight that you've had their middle infielders not know who was running, and both times it was Lorenzo Cain. 23rd infield hit by Lorenzo Cain this year. Little squibber. You mentioned it earlier. That play, that little bouncer that Lorenzo hit in the last inning at Jose Ramirez the last time he came up. There's no way you're going to double up Lorenzo Cain. The ball was bringing Ramirez in. You set your feet and throw him out at the plate, and the Royals would have never scored.
Well, with those numbers, the Indians have decided that they are not going to give Mike Moustakas the chance to win this game. Typically, you say there's an open base when you got a runner at third or a runner at second and third, but you don't normally say it here, first and third. But with the winning run at third base, really there is an open base. And Tomlin, who's got that slider that struck out Eric Kratz, the Indians want him to use that against Escobar rather than trying to get out Moustakas.
That makes Moose feel good. He's saying, all right, you didn't want me, that's fine, let the next guy do it. Royals with 3 walk-offs this year. We're in a position now to make it 4. This crowd is into it. They have been entertained to a fantastic pitching game. Starters bullpen. It's all on the line here.
Got him to chase a pitch up. That was a mistake.
Yeah, and Escobar, he's looking up there because he wants to at least try to get something up in that outfield. Now the outfielders are fairly shallow. I mean, really shallow. Good enough numbers to get the job done.
Oh, and 2. That's the pitch right there. Tomlin's slider down and away, one after another to get Kratz for the only out of the inning. And Escobar is competing with himself right now as much as he is with Tomlin.
Oh man, you got to really be careful there when he stepped off like that. You trip or you stumble off of that rubber. That's a balk. Tough way to lose a game.
One and 2.
Tomlin, he leads the pitching staff in wild pitches. He's got 6. Got to be ready to come home on a ball in the dirt.
Ooh. Well, you mentioned it earlier that the Indians have the same faith in Yan Gomes as the Royals do in Salvador Perez. Just when you think that 35,000 can't get any louder, they do with every pitch. Grounded to third. Chisenhall to the plate. And that's all the Indians will get. And the Royals are still breathing. Escobar hit it to the wrong guy.
Sure did. 2 strikes. He's trying to protect. Now, what a great way to get acquainted to your ball club. First day in a Royals uniform. Doesn't get any better. And if you're Jason Nix, you're telling yourself right now, all right, let's just play the game. Let's just react and find a hole. Don't try to hit a home run. Just put it in play somewhere.
Oh, and 1. Little high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Royals stranded 3 in the first inning, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 2 in the sixth, 2 in the eighth, 2 in the ninth. And now they have the bases loaded, 2 down in the 10th. 1-2. That pitch is just so tempting, and you wonder if the hitters are seeing that dot, if they're picking up the spin. It doesn't break much, but it's really breaking late, isn't it?
It is. It's a late breaker, and Tomlin at times in this inning has really executed some fantastic pitches. Now earlier they tagged him to get him loaded, but now he's really bearing down. He's got 2 strikes, 1 away from getting out of it.
Blasted to left field and foul. Oh man. Prior to this inning, Josh Tomlin had allowed 10 runs in 12 innings to the Royals, including 1 last night.
Okay, after a curveball like that, he pulls it. He's going to be coming with a cutter away, maybe a slider away here. He's still ahead in the count, 1-2. Nix has to be thinking that way. He's not going to give him anything up there floating again.
Struck him out, and the Royals have stranded 15 runners in 10 innings as we head to the 11th.
Wow.
It's retro night, and the legendary Royals Hall of Famer George Toma is here. Was here to take a grounds crew picture, and I'll tell you what, guys, at 85 years old, he is still going strong. He was here the other day to visit some of his friends with the Twins because he works some of the Twins spring training, and Trevor Vance said to him, hey, it's retro night on Saturday. Do you want to come out? Sure. What time do I need to be there? He shows up at 4. They didn't know he was actually going to work. He has been out there raking the field. He did it before the game, and he was out there right now raking. He's been standing here waiting in case this game went to the 11th inning to go out there and do his job. I don't know if there is a bigger Royals fan and one that loves that profession more than anyone. George just turned to me at 85 and said, what a year it has been. Guys?
Thank you, Joel. Well, he's watched a thriller tonight, that's for sure, as we go to the 11th. Scott Downs gets the ball, and he'll face Ramirez, Brantley, and Santana. That's drilled into right center field, and it will drop. And Ramirez can run. How far will he go? He's going to try for 3. He is in there with a triple.
That ball had a lot of air underneath it, and a speedy runner, he has a chance and an advantage to get out of that batter's box and really get it going. You can see that. He knows. He can see it's going to hit it, land in between them. Call that a tweener. And he just makes up his mind to take a shot and go for it. Throw just missed him. Nobody out. Infield's got to come in. Scott Downs got to do some pitching here, especially with the meat of their order coming up.
And out of all the trouble that Indians pitching has pitched out of tonight, the Indians have only stranded 6. The Royals have stranded 15. And that's just the second hit for the Indians since the 6th inning. Royals pitching has had very few high stress innings tonight, where Indians pitchers have had one inning after another. 1-1 on Brantley. Two balls and 1 strike. And now 3-1. So he's got the lefty-lefty matchup here. Then the switch hitter Santana on deck, followed by another left-hand batter in Kipnis. Full count.
Brantley, 253 hitter off of lefties.
Chopped over Infante. Can you believe that? That is the most routine of ground balls if the infield is playing back. But with the high hop and the infield in, that turns into a base hit and an RBI.
Yep, the old chop knock.
A tough night for Downs, and even with the left-hand batter 2 hitters down the road, Ned Yost is going to go to Jason Frazier. Green is the reason why it's 2-1 Cleveland now in the 11th inning. 15 runners left on base. That's a season high for the Royals. Cleveland with a run in the 4th, the Royals with a run in the 8th, and now the Indians with a run in the 11th inning. And Frazier comes on with a runner at first and nobody out.
Tough to win games when you can't come through in situations that you need to execute. Royals offense in a little bit of a valley right now.
You do not need to adjust your television. Carlos Santana actually is 0 for 4 tonight. Working on one of the best years ever for a hitter against the Royals.
Brantley, he's got 16 out of 17 steals this year. He's going.
And there he goes. And the throw ends up in center field. Stolen base number 17 for Brantley and an error on Salvador Perez.
Yep, knew Brantley was going to be taken off. This throw really leaked up the line. Escobar had to get out of the way of the sliding runner.
Two 2-0 on Santana. Two and one. It hasn't been a good start to this inning, but the first 10 innings were brilliantly pitched by the Royals. Shields, 1 run, 5 hits in 7 innings, and then Davis, a scoreless inning where he struck out the side. Holland, a scoreless inning with a strikeout. Herrera, a scoreless inning with 2 strikeouts. And now 3-1 on Santana. And that will end up in right center field. So the first hit was legit, a triple to right center field, and now the Royals just the victims of some bad luck. A high hopper with the infield in, and now a high hopper just hit in the right spot. And the Indians have 2 runs in the 11th inning. And still nobody out. I mean, those are ground balls. And the old saying is you bring the infield in and you add 100 points to the hitter's average, and nobody's ever proven whether that's true or not, but those are 2 ground balls that prove that point.
And yeah, the difference is the Cleveland Indians are hot and the Royals are not. They got a little virus going around with them bats, and it happens. It's hard to stay on the mountaintop, and they've been on it for quite a run.
One and one to Kipnis. Well, and you say the Indians are hot. We do have to remember, while they are 2 spots behind the Royals in the standings, they have won 5 of 6. They have won 12 of 17 over a longer stretch. And now Frazier's ahead, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And they're a ways behind the Royals. The Royals are 14 games above 500. Terry Francona's team is just 5 games above 500. Now just 5 games above 500 to us, but it's the first time all year they've been at 5 games above 500.
they got hot in September last year, the Cleveland Indians. They won 17 games in the month of September. That got them a wild card spot.
And the last 10 games of the year. How about that for finishing strong?
Yep.
Three and two.
Kipnis is grounded into 13 double plays. Santana will be moving. Most likely.
Swing and a miss. Well, he didn't ground into a double play, but the Royals get a double play.
Good fastball. Up and away, got him. Salvi's throw is perfect. Escobar way up in the line, tagged him before he even got to the base.
And now Yan Gomes. He drove in the Indians' first run way back in the 4th inning with a double. Nobody warming up out there. And remember, Terry Francona went to his closer, Cody Allen, in the 9th inning, and then Josh Tomlin had to pitch out of a mess in the 10th. So we expect to see Tomlin in the bottom of the 11th inning with Infante, Gordon, and Dyson scheduled to hit. Carlos Santana has 13 RBIs in his last 8 games against the Royals. Now to Escobar. So the Cleveland Indians get 2 runs in the 11th inning, but the Royals are just down by 2. And remember, they've had a lot of success lately against Josh Tomlin.
Rally time.
As they come up in the bottom of the 11th, that's Tyler Holt taking over in right field for Mike Aviles. Josh Tomlin, he got himself in and out of a mess in the 10th inning. Salvador Perez in a 1-1 tie led off the inning with a double up the left field line, and then Tomlin was able to strike out Kratz, and then Kane reached with an infield single to put runners at first and third. Mike Moustakas was intentionally walked, bases loaded, 1 out, and then Tomlin got a fielder's choice and an out at home plate against Escobar, and then struck out Nix. Royals have a season high 15 runners left on base, and even with Tomlin's scoreless inning in the 10th, the Royals have still scored 10 runs against him in the last 13 innings.
Okay, time to break that out. 3 outs left. Put some more pressure on him. You don't give up. Stay at it.
Omar Infante, his first game back since Monday. He was experiencing right shoulder soreness, and he's been on base 3 times tonight. He has 2 hits and a walk. One and 2. Well, we'll see what happens. You know that Tomlin really has good command of his slider tonight, and the few that he has left up, and that was one there to Omar Infante, the Royals are either fouling it back or pulling it foul. Other than that, he has just been needling the spot down and away with his slider to right-hand batters.
Yep. Tomlin has been really battling. I mean, talk about pitching for your life. And you know, you really up your stock with your manager when you're able to escape jams like that. It just tells Terry Francona, hey, look, I can count on this guy in situations the rest of the way.
There's that slider. That one was out of the strike zone. And that is Tomlin's 3rd strikeout. Tomlin trying to keep that potential tying run on deck. And now he gets Alex. Alex has been on 3 times, all 3 times with walks, and he scored the tying run in the 8th inning. Changeup is outside for ball 1. Two and 1. If you're a Royals fan, you're thinking about all the wasted opportunities. If you're an Indians fan, you've seen a lot of pitching like this in the month of August. Cleveland Indians have played very well in August. We mentioned they have won 12 of their last 17, and as we just showed you, it has had very little to do with offense. The Indians are 13th out of the 15 teams in the American League in runs per game. They only have 3 tonight, but their ERA is the best. Brantley is going to call off Chisenhall, and there are 2 down. Dyson came on as a pinch runner in the 8th, stole a base, and then he struck out in the 9th. Tomlin in with a strike at 85 miles an hour. One and one. Into center field. So the Royals have a chance. Tying run comes to the plate.
Give him some life. That's all you need. Pack it away. 2 outs. Seen it done before.
So again, Kevin Cash, the acting pitching coach, as Mickey Callaway was ejected in the 1st inning, out to talk strategy, what they want to do with Salvador Perez. Well, we thought Salvador got the game-winning rally going last inning when he doubled up the left field line against Tomlin, but was stranded at 3rd. And that makes Sal 6 for 8 against Tomlin. The Indians will just let Dyson run. And Sal takes a strike. No stolen base.
Pretty good pitch there. He left that out over the middle. That was the one. See if he'll do it again.
Lined up the line and fair. Salvador Perez comes through again. He's going to try for 2, and the throw is offline, and now the tying run is in scoring position with 2 down.
That's why you move the runner to second base. Peck away, 2 outs. Salvi got him another one. Took the first one down the middle. That was even better. That was the home run pitch, but that there stayed on the outside part of the plate. But Salvi's able to just talk that ball into staying fair.
And here's a chance for Eric Kratz to redeem himself. After Salvi doubled last inning, Tomlin struck out Kratz for the first out.
Tomlin, he made some great pitches on Kratz. See if he can do it again.
Into the left field corner. Foul.
Just a tad out in front, but that's the one he wanted. It was in the middle. Look at him trying to talk it in. He knows it's foul. Hitters will tell you, they know firsthand. Top hand just dominated a little.
Tomlin's not getting that ball down and away like he was last inning.
No, that's what I'm saying. He made some great pitches on Kratz. I don't know if he can do it again. Yan Gomes went out there and just patted him on the back a little bit. Said, hey, look, come on, kid. We got 1 out to go. You can do it. Kratz doesn't have to hit a homer. Remember, just a base hit well placed could score Salvi. Tie this thing back up again.
That's the pitch. No balls, 2 strikes. He knows it. That was more of an overhand curveball than the sliders he was throwing in last inning.
That curveball is one of his best pitches. As a starter, he uses that a lot more. Tonight, he's been mainly fastball slider.
I didn't see a motion from the home plate umpire. James Hoy did not put his hands in the air and signal that Kratz had been hit. Kratz just took off, and sure enough, James Hoy said, wait a minute, you come back here.
Okay, that's a big breaker that came in, and I'm not sure if it caught part of his jersey or not. Now, this could work out that Tomlin would have rather him take his base, because now he could tie it up with a base hit.
Two and two. Gomes wanted an appeal. He didn't get it.
You see that pitch right there up is designed to set up the next pitch. He wanted him to swing at it, but that's a setup pitch now for this breaker that's going to come here, most likely. Hitter's got to be able to look for the fastball so you can hit it if it does present it.
Still 2 and 2. Laid off at this time. 3 and 2 with Kane on deck. He didn't even flinch at that pitch this time around.
No, that's a good sign. He looked like he was very patient and relaxed. That's what he's got to be. Keep that hand grip on the bat nice and loose so you can just react if it's your pitch. And it's got to be, I mean, anything close, you don't want to be called out looking. That's for sure. You know, he got a pitch there that he could have hit out of the ballpark. Just again, a little bit out in front. Ball was elevated. That was a good one. Gomes, he's sitting down the middle, and sometimes, you know, in this situation, you just got to challenge the hitter, and he did, and he got away with it. Grass has had a couple of pitches in this inning that was just a little bit out in front on.
He's battling. Been one of those nights, even the Royals are biting their nails. It has been a long, exciting, and agonizing night. And Eric Kratz could fix all of that. Fastball got him looking. The final score is 3-2, but the big number tonight, Hud, 16 runners left on base.
Yep.
We asked you last night who's been the biggest thorn in the Royals side this year in the Central Division. Your choices were Carlos Santana and Michael Brantley. Both had RBIs in the 11th inning. Brantley drove in the first one. That's our Jeep drive of the game, if you want to call it a drive.
Yep. Well, you know what? They just put it together. That's a hot ball club. I knew coming in, and so did the Royals, that this team was not going to be easy. Now they just inched their way closer, letting them in. Royals going to have to find a way to pick up that offense. They had multiple chances tonight. Tough one.
We'll be right back.